Hello, everybody. I am Melissa Forziat. I'm a keynote speaker and the host of this Halt and Catch Fire rewatch podcast. When I speak, my topic is something that I call Take the Doughnut, which for me is another way to say carpe diem. Go after the things that you want in life. Something that I wanted to do this year was to rewatch the show Halt and Catch Fire, and this time talk about it with other people. You specifically, which we've been doing, and we're pretty far into it at this point. So I am having such a blast doing these episode recaps. Today, we're going to get into season 3, episode 10. Boy, do I have a lot to say about this one. And there's a lot that I don't know that I fully understand about what I think about this one. So I'm going to be working through some of it, but I think I slept on it. And I think I've got a hot take on this one that some of you maybe won't like. So let's just see how it goes. So this episode is going to be 310. But before we get into that, the last interview that I did, for those of you who have been following the interviews as I go, I had an interview with Chris Brown, who was the production designer for seasons 1 and 2. Really interesting conversation. It was the first opportunity that I've had to speak with somebody who wasn't a director, but had something to do with the visual language of the show. Or their job was mainly revolving around that. So we got a lot of details that we haven't really gotten that kind of detail before. And that was just a fun new way to look at the show. I just love that doing these interviews asks us to look at the show from a different lens each time. And so Chris Brown gave us a totally different way to see it. Now, I also wanted to, before I get into any details about this episode, I wanted to acknowledge a friend of mine. So before I started doing this podcast, I encouraged a friend of mine named Randy to check out the show. He ended up loving the show. And as he was going through, he would text me with his thoughts as he was watching some of the episodes. In the beginning, he wasn't doing that as much. And then there came a certain point when I was getting kind of a flurry of text. So he must have watched a bunch of season 3 episodes kind of at a binge. And he was getting in touch with me about them. And I just have to say to you, shout out to Randy, because at a certain point, it seemed like Randy was in 309. That appeared to be where he was in his binge. And he texts me because I say, any favorite parts of the show so far, as I'm texting him. And in a series of things that he wrote, one of the things that he wrote was mutiny in San Francisco with the floor that looks like it's about to collapse on the mainframe. LOL. He wrote this in 309. After he wrote this, he wrote, oh, Joe and Cam just hooked up. So he had gotten to 309, to the end of 309, after he wrote this thing about the floor. So I'm reading this thing that he wrote, and I'm like, how on earth do you know that this floor is about to cave in? How could that be? Yes, there is an episode earlier in season 3 where there's dust coming down from the ceiling in the basement, and it's landing on the mainframe and it's landing on Gordon, but that was episodes ago. It was a detail that I definitely would have overlooked. We haven't just like zoomed in on the floor at this point. And here he is, 309. We're at Comdex. And one of his favorite details is that the floor looks like it's about to collapse on the mainframe. I couldn't believe it. So I told Randy, actually, I told him, like, you're about to feel very, very proud of yourself for one of those takes. And when he finally got to that part of 310, he wrote to me, oops, that floor gets him every time. Yeah, I can't believe it. At least for like a 24-hour period, hopefully Randy was like submitting every lotto ticket. Wild. So that is like actually my deepest memory of this episode. Now, like I can't pull apart 310 from Randy's accurate prediction. That is such a bizarre, accurate prediction to make. And he was so right. Brilliant. Shout out, Randy. It's really good. Oh, man. All right. But what actually happened in this one? Okay, so look, we're going to talk about season 3, episode 10, which was called NeXT. Why was it called NeXT? And this is something Randy clued me into as well. Okay, NeXT Inc., which was later NeXT Computer Inc. or NeXT Software Inc., was an American technology company headquartered in Redwood City, California, that specialized in computer workstations for higher education and business markets, and later developed web software. It was founded in 1985 by CEO Steve Jobs, the Apple computer co-founder, who had been forcibly removed from Apple that year. NeXT debuted with the NeXT computer in 1988 and released the NeXT Cube and smaller NeXT Station in 1990. The series had relatively limited sales, with only about 50,000 total units shipped. Nevertheless, the object-oriented programming and graphical user interface were highly influential trendsetters of computer innovation. So what we're meant to be getting, and we've heard a bit of this from some of the comments we've had on previous episodes, but Apple had a rough patch, and Steve Jobs was at the helm for some of that rough patch, and then he was not. He was forcibly removed from the company, and NeXT is what he landed on. And with only about 50,000 total units shipped, even from some of the numbers we flashed around in this series, 50,000 doesn't sound like a ton. When you think about the negotiation that Joe was doing in the first Comdex episode, that had way more units, even just for the one store, the one company that had franchises. So 50,000, not a huge amount. This sounds like a low point in Steve Jobs' career, from what I can tell. We will have a NeXT computer featured in this episode. Okay, so that's the context of it. The original air date of this episode was October 11th, 2016. It was directed by Phil Abraham and written by Christopher Cantwell and Christopher C. Rogers. The description. Despite their turbulent history and personal conflict, Joe, Gordon, Cameron, and Donna reconvene to combine their talents and ambitions once more in order to construct an idea that will bring them into the future, the World Wide Web. Look, this would be a pretty exciting episode to get to after 309, because you see World Wide Web at the top of that fax that Donna has sent to Joe. And we know that that is the future. And so these characters are clearly landing on an idea that will be successful for somebody. And so, now we get to be excited about that. We have a bit of that dramatic irony of the whole situation, that we know what the World Wide Web is, but we had never heard of these characters until this show. So what's going to happen with this, and how is their idea going to evolve? And this episode ends up being a real celebration of that invention, that technology, that development, basically the way forward for the future. It's the celebration for that. I watched this episode. My prep for these recaps is now taking so long that I do this over 2 days. So I watched the episode yesterday. I took my notes, and I had very complex feelings about it, more so than in any previous rewatches. And I wasn't sure what to make of that. And I sat with it and I slept on it. And I have what may be a hot take that some of you don't like. Look, a lot of characters in this episode do something or multiple things or say things that are undesirable. For me, Cam is at the root of all of it. I said it, I'm saying it. Everything that these characters are doing, where you're like, oh, come on, is either because of Cam or in reaction to Cam. Cam is a mess. Look, we're coming off of 309, and here I was dancing at the start of the episode and telling you that this is a celebratory episode. It is a little hard for me to put, it's a little bit hard for me to put away in 309 that there's an affair that's happening that Cam is cheating on her husband in that episode. I put it away to the extent that I can because it is a celebratory feel of an episode, and we have been tracking Joe and Cam for a long time. Their journey has been a long one, and in that moment in 309, they feel like the most on the same page they've been. Even though it's a fantasy and it's obviously temporary because Cam is married, she lives in Japan. For Joe, this could not be temporary. For Joe, he could drop everything if he could be with Cam in that moment. But Cam's got a life that isn't involving Joe. And so 309 comes across as sort of a fantasy world, like a temporary fling vacation at what happens at Comdex stays at Comdex kind of thing. And yeah, you have to put aside the fact that she's got this whole other life, that she's having an affair, and that whole life exists for her. And yeah, in 309, it's a fun episode. You spend all this time with these two characters who are reconnecting in the healthiest way they've reconnected between each other. The communication between Cam and Joe is the most open it has ever been in 309 that we've seen. And so, you got to feel somewhat good about at least that part, right? But then we get to 310. And I see everything else around Cam. And I see her interactions with every character. And I see the situation she's in with every character. And she seems to be a mess to me. And she's presented in 309 as a character who, because we're still trying to figure out where we are in this time jump. Even in 310, we're putting together some characters we didn't see in 309. We're really assessing the landscape of who's connected with who stayed connected over a period of 4 years of a time jump. And, with Cam in 309, with the information we had, it seems like she has some complaints about her life in Japan, but there seems to be more of a maturity about her in that episode and more of a stability in that episode. And then we see her here. And my God, Cam is at I don't know. She's at this phase of destruction, like either actively destroying or did destroy and trying to figure out what happens next with sort of like everything. And I just, who is really better off in this episode for their relationship with Cam? So that is going to be the central thesis statement that I'm operating around. And if you don't like it, I'm so sorry, but that's where I was really sitting with this all night. Like, what is affecting me so much about this episode and why am I so confused? And, I think it makes sense coming off of the last episode that they're sort of taking us in this direction. But I think that's where I'm landing with this. And we're just going to see what happens as I talk through the scenes. Let's do it. I've waited long enough. I've talked long enough before getting into the scene by scene breakdown. So let's jump in. All right. The camera's going to pan down from the ceiling straight away. I had to rewind this a couple times because I actually don't know what we're looking through. There's sort of like an abstract looking, maybe like a light fixture. The only things that are on the ceiling that have this look are these like light fixtures these like black light fixtures. I don't know if that's what we're looking through here. But we're going to get like, it almost looks like we're looking through a disco ball, but we're probably not. And we're getting, again, this very abstract pan down. There's reflections everywhere, that we're playing with light in funny ways. We really play with light in funny ways in the entire old Mutiny building. I mean, that was always a really interesting space in terms of shadows and light and that skylight that comes through. So this is an interesting way to put us into that space. And that creepy skylight is in fact lighting the center of the room again. Donna is entering in a work outfit. We're going to get a whole sequence here a wordless sequence, kind of reminding me a little bit of the sequence we got at the start of an episode, the cold open, where Gordon was, sort of tracking and dealing with all of his symptoms. That was a long, maybe 2-minute long wordless montage of Gordon. And this one is of Donna. She's setting up for something in the old mutiny office or like warehouse area. She's putting a bag of bagels down on the old kitchen counter area. It's all dusty. She's setting up the coffee maker. She's making coffee. She wants to make the coffee, but she turns on the water on the faucet. It starts out coming out brown, and then it runs clear. She's gonna look towards the old office area, and she's gonna see a sign that says Mnet, not mutiny, Mnet. There's also some graffiti next to it that says swallows. She drags a wooden table, a bench, some chairs into the middle of the room. This episode is kind of a celebration of that space, really. I mean, just all the really close up on all the wooden furniture, and just every surface is getting some love from the camera here. Donna's gonna say chairs. She needs more chairs. She's gonna go down to the basement. We're gonna see a light turn on, lighting the old mainframe in the basement. She goes down. She grabs another chair. She comes back up. She's gonna set up some bagels and a box of donuts, because this show really does have a lot of donuts in it, which makes me so happy. She's going to get some spreads and some utensils. She's really doing the catering situation. She's taking care of business. She's going to pull a whiteboard over, a whiteboard that's going to be important for this episode. We're getting all these, we're getting close-ups of moving wheels, the feet of chairs as they're moving. It's just very artistic, this whole opening. It feels like there's a lot of movement happening right from the get-go. We will get a close-up of the floor. And we're doing that because we want to see the shadow of the entryway door. Somebody's going to walk through it. So we're going to see the shadow, and we're going to see the shadow of the person walking through it. And then we pan up on Joe in his long coat. We're going to see shadows and light in the room and on his face. So much with shadow and light in this episode. My goodness. What an interesting episode in terms of how they played with all of that. It feels like it's hard not to put a little bit of a noir feeling to it, even though that's not really, it's not the vibe of this episode, but the lighting is so interesting. Joe says hello. Donna's going to come out from behind the whiteboard. She sees him. They both say hi. He is on one side of the room near the door. She's on the other side of the room near the whiteboard. Again, very muted tones. There's no color here anywhere. And Joe says, am I early? I thought it was 9. She says, yeah, it's 9. He swallows a bit. Joe's like, is she here yet? He's just there for Cam. Put me down for, I want to see Cam. Donna says, well, I know her plane landed, so as long as she's on it. She laughs a little bit awkwardly. So does Joe. She says, the drive okay? I mean, it's not a given that she's definitely on the plane. So there's that. Joe says, yeah, it's the weekend plus the holidays. So he's walking into the room. She's like, oh, right. They're in small talk phase. Donna and Joe are not close. We know that because they were, they spoke on the phone in the last episode. Joe was not happy to hear from Donna. He saw her for a second at Comdex, didn't say hi to her, basically just got whisked out of the room by Cam when she was so angry. So now they're in the same room, but does that mean that all that stuff is behind them? I don't know. I think if Joe knows that Cam and Gordon are both going to be in the same room as Donna, then I guess he can put his stuff away, so there's that. All right, so Joe is going to look up at that sign. He's going to say, what's Mnet? Donna looks up at it too. They're both walking around the table. They're basically just circling it and maybe circling each other. She says, Mutiny's last ditch rebranding effort, tried to stop the bleeding, but still bled. She says, anyway, my VC firm held on to the lease just in case we needed a raw space for some tadpole investment. Well, that's convenient. Good thing that we still have this location to film in. Joe pushes on some weak floorboards. He's like, it's pretty raw in terms of the investment and in terms of the space. Right about now, Randy's probably starting to feel pretty good about himself in real time. When he was watching the episode, he was probably thinking, it is a weak floor, isn't it? Donna says, yeah, well, the building was in shambles when we moved in 4 years ago. I'm sure last year's quake didn't help. He's like, oh God, that was crazy. Donna says, what? He says, the earthquake. I says, oh yeah. He's like, where were you? She says, work. How about you? He says, work. And she laughs because of course they were both at work. Where else would they have been? They would both be working. I wonder what he was working on at that point. So that would be a question for me. But, we've seen an earthquake before. This is obviously something that happened during the time jump. So there was a much bigger earthquake. This is the kind of small talky thing that probably would have been safe to bring up for other people who lived in the city. So this, that gave him a good couple sentences worth of exchange that they could have to kill time. Great. Joe says, how come you wanted to meet here? Which is a good question. And Donna says, oh, I didn't. Cameron did. Joe's head lowers a bit. Like, Donna says, who knows? Maybe she wanted to see it again. Donna's a little nervous. Cam's not even there yet. Why did Cam want to meet in this space? Not good memories in this space for Cam. So this is an interesting choice. Is it the kind of thing, maybe Donna's hoping it's the kind of thing where she wants to like replace some bad memories with the more recent good one in this space? Who's to say? Joe says, by the way, I didn't mean to invite Gordon without talking to you. Donna says, no, it's fine. Joe says, but I just read the paper. I thought it was something phenomenal. And he's still running the regional network we built. So it was a no-brainer. Donna says, makes perfect sense. Joe says very genuinely, I'm sorry about that. He says, actually, I'm so sorry about that. Donna, is she genuine? She's like, no, really, it's fine. I'm glad he's coming. Joe's like, well, no, the divorce. Donna gets instantly uncomfortable. She says, oh, right. Joe's like, I mean, the two of you. She's like, yeah. Joe says, got a divorce. He's shaking his head. He says, anyway, I really appreciate it. She says, no problem. I mean, it's just a couple days for us to see if there's a there. He says, yeah, of course, I'm excited. She's excited too. They both seem genuine about that. Pause before Gordon comes in. So what are we gathering here? First of all, we are going to find out later that Donna didn't necessarily want Joe to be on this project. She just saw no other way to get to Cam except through Joe. So he's a necessary evil. But he wasn't really, I think if Donna had her druthers, it would be Cam and Donna working on this project alone. Joe became a conduit to get to Cam, and now Joe has brought Gordon in, but we're going to see in this episode, I think, that Donna's like pretty okay with Gordon being on this project. Maybe that was a good outcome. So yeah. But this is still not the primary relationship in the show that we've been tracking. Like, these two characters have not been especially close for so much of it. And so, it's a little awkward, a little weird here. Somebody else needs to show up. Donna's awkwardness around reacting to Joe mentioning the divorce, because obviously Gordon said something to, Joe knows enough. He got his information probably through Gordon. So I guess if you're Donna in this situation, you know that Joe and Gordon have a relationship. I don't think she realizes how much they have disconnected in recent years because of Joe's depression. So if you're Donna in that situation, it's like, how much does Joe know? What does Joe know about it? It would be awkward to make it any real substantial comment here if you're Donna. We're going to see later that maybe she kind of still has an eye for Gordon. So, like, what do you even really say in this moment? Okay. Gordon does speak of the devil. Gordon's going to walk in. He says, sorry, I'm late. Is Cameron here? Everybody just wants to see Cameron. I mean, to be fair, Donna and Gordon co-parent. So, they see each other sometimes. But Gordon and Joe apparently haven't seen each other in a while. So Gordon just walks in. He's like, is Cam here? Okay. He sees Joe. He says, hey, he walks over to him. Joe nods. He walks over to Gordon. I find this part interesting. Joe says, hey, he goes in to hug Gordon. Gordon sort of physically, it's a little bit of a subtle movement, but Gordon physically like sort of puts a hand up to stop Joe from hugging him. He just pats his arm, like just, pats the side of his arm. Very interesting choice. Things got weird between Joe and Gordon. Not so weird they can't be in the same room together, but Gordon's not on hugging terms with Joe. So you'll get a tiny bit more information about that later. But I think that's really pertinent here because that is also a relationship that needs some repair. Even though, from what we have seen, that's one of the closest before we had the time jump, that was one of the closest relationships. And then Ryan dies and something happens. Joe probably goes into a funk and Gordon is now at a point where he feels like, I know you're coming in for a hug, but can you not though? And we'll just have to see if that tension actually, or that, how does that evolve in this episode? Because I feel like that's the best signal of where they are with each other that I've gotten. So, okay. Gordon says, how long has it been? What was that? April? Joe says, yeah, actually it was 2 Aprils ago. So right about now we're in probably December 1990. So we're looking at April 1989. Would have been the last time they saw each other, probably about a year and a half ago. Worth just putting a finer point on the timeline here because we know Comdex would have been November of 1990. We're going to get a comment about Cam's trip involving a Christmas visit with family. So we're in December now. And so we're probably looking at about a month having elapsed since the last episode. So Gordon's like, oh, geez, was it that long? Joe's like, yeah. Well, Gordon says, well, you look good. Joe says, so do you, because that's the polite thing to say. Gordon says, no, I mean it. You look good. Just thank you. And he grins. Because apparently Joe was some kind of a hot mess last time Gordon saw him. Gordon looks back at Donna. And then he says to Joe, can you just give us a sec? Joe says, oh, of course, absolutely. Take all the time. And Gordon and Donna just walk off. They go into an office. Donna's old office, I think. And Gordon says, she says, yeah, what's up? Gordon shuts the door behind him. They're in the shadows. There's a little bit of light coming through the windows, a bit coming through the blinds on Donna. Gordon says, you're okay that I'm here, right? I just thought it was an interesting concept given everything that I've been working on. And, I haven't seen Cameron in years. Donna's mouth is just sort of like hanging open. It's like, oh, I'm having a conversation with Gordon. The jury's really out on her reaction because they've co-parented. They've obviously had to have conversation, but, I mean, there is just so much awkwardness here. He says, look, this is your thing. Okay. I don't want to get in the way. I don't want to interfere. Donna reassures him. She says, no, it's fine. I'm glad you're here. we can see Joe through the window of her office going into the kitchen to get coffee. She looks at Joe. She's like, him? I'm not so sure. So, I mean, is she being honest with Gordon that she's okay with him being there? I'm inclined to think so, given the vibe between them later in this episode. But with Joe, it seems like she's being honest. Like she could take or leave Joe. Joe is a means to an end more so than somebody she wants to work with. Gordon says, yeah, I don't know. Part of the reason we've been losing touch is, well, you should have seen him the last time I did. So April 1989, Joe was not in a good state. We're going to get another look at the floor. And then in front of the entryway door. And there's going to be another shadow coming in through the doorway. So noir, just like cool choices. Like most of what else is happening in this episode does not have that feel, but this choice is I'm really loving it. So another shadow comes through the doorway. The camera pans up and we're going to see Cam. She walks closer to the camera. She stops. She's looking around the room. Joe walks into the main part of the room from the kitchen. They see each other. Cam's eyes are a bit wide, like, don't you even, because Tom is going to come through the door behind her. Cam did not come alone. Tom says, hey, Joe. Cam hasn't even said hey to anybody yet. Tom says, hey, Joe. Cue Jimi Hendrix song. Anyway, no, it doesn't really, it's not really placed here, but boy, would that be fun. A little too on the nose though. Okay, so Donna and Gordon are going to come out of the offices to the main room. So now all these five are together. Donna says, glad you're here. Cam puts on a bit of a forced smile with Donna. Cam looks at Joe and she's sort of begging him with her eyes, just like, say nothing about, mum's the word about what happened a month ago. Tom is watching all of this. I really wonder what it was like in that month in between for Cam and Tom. I really wonder. In fact, I'm going to wait all my thoughts until we get to another scene later. Okay, so we're going to skip ahead just a little bit. Donna's standing. Everybody else is sitting at the table except for Cam. She's standing a little bit away from the group against a support beam. The camera starts on the floor. It's shooting up from a little bit further back in the room. And we're going to see on the whiteboard, there's a whole list of things on this side. So just to say these aloud, we've got OC12. Is that the first thing that's on there? Got hypertext, hypermedia, multi-platform, indexing, read-only, EaselNet, Tat8, and VPN. Those are the things that they've written down. And we are going to get a little whiteboard drawing action today, which will be fun. Last time we did that, was that with Ryan? Where I was laughing so hard at that scene, which shouldn't have been. Okay, so Donna's saying, okay, let's just hold off for a second on trying to talk about what the World Wide Web is, and let's focus on what it could do. Here's some context. Let's say these are the big boys, and she draws several squares on the whiteboard. The walled gardens we're all familiar with. You've got your Prodigy, CompuServe, your America Online. Gordon's going to be the comic relief in this room to cut the tension. He's smiling. He's like, America Online. What kind of a name is that anyway? It sounds like a Neil Diamond song. Joe's laughing a little bit. Gordon's like, we're coming to America Online. Donna rolls her eyes a bit. Cam cracks a smile. First smile that we've seen out of Cam. You know, we specifically don't see Tom reacting in that moment, but we are seeing like there is just there is, you know, even the reactions to Gordon making this little joke, it sort of brings certain people in the room together and keeps others away. You know, it's just like, we're going to try to get back into the flow of what we used to have, but Tom never had that flow. I'm so deeply aware of how weird this would be for Tom. Like these four have a lot of shared history, some of it bad. But when you can get these four on the same page, you can get a first time around, we're going a Comdeck situation. And Tom has never had that with this group. Okay. Donna's like, okay. And then we've got NSFNet. She gets back to business. Gordon gets serious, but he kind of knows. He had Joe, he had Cam. He had a couple of them for a second there. Donna's like, now what Berners-Lee is proposing in this paper is an application that could run on this network of networks. She's going to draw a rectangle underneath all of those four squares. She says, and now, well, NSFNet isn't for commercial use yet, and it isn't, sexy at all. Gordon's like, hey, come on, NSFNet's dripping with sex. He is such the comic relief. He is the class clown of this room right now. Donna rolls her eyes. She says, the size and scope of that would be formidable. Still, it's completely separate from the walled gardens where all the real money is. Tom's processing, thinking. She says, right now, unifying all these networks is essentially impossible. There's different software, different protocols, different operating systems on different hardware, but it's something like the world, but if something like the World Wide Web expands, what it could ultimately do, she draws a line from each square down to the rectangle. She says, is this right? Pause for a second. I just want to reflect on the fact that she drew 4 squares, possibly to represent Donna, Cam, Joe, and Gordon. They're all part of the plan. She says, unifying all these networks is essentially impossible. There are different software, different protocols, different network, different operating systems on different hardware for Joe, Gordon, Donna, and Cam. But if something like the World Wide Web expands, it could connect them all, like we're doing right here in this room right now. Yeah. I mean, once again, there's not a 5th square there for Tom. Point to be made. But, I'm seeing a larger metaphor here in terms of, what we're doing in this room technically and what we're doing in this room character-wise. So she's asking if that drawing is right. Tom's like, well, no, not really. Cam looks at him. Donna looks at him. Tom's going to stand. He's going to walk over and he's going to take the marker. He's like, no, sorry. I know I wasn't exactly invited. May I? Call a spade a spade. Donna looks at Cam like, what's this guy doing here? But she gives Tom the marker because she has to. She doesn't seem particularly happy that anybody is taking over, especially Tom, who was not invited. Tom says, thanks. Okay, if I'm understanding this correctly, he's going to erase all of the squares. He says an implementation would somehow take these massive online networks, and he starts drawing the squares within the rectangle that she had on the board. Joe's watching this and he is shaking his head. Tom's like, so it would take these massive online networks and do this. So he's now got her rectangle, her original rectangle, and now a new 4 squares inside of it. Joe shakes his head. He says, no, you've got it backwards. He's going to walk up to Tom and he's going to take the marker because no surprise, those two aren't on the same page. Joe says, can you give me the thing? Tom is going to look at Joe. He's going to look at Cam as Joe takes the marker out of his hand. I think many times in this episode, in particular, Tom is looking to Cam to say, set a boundary. And she does not. Joe wants these challenges because he wants to win as many of them as he can, but Tom only has things to lose in this room right now. So there's that. Cam stays noticeably quiet every time Tom looks over for help. So now Tom goes to sit down. Donna has basically just lost control of the meeting. Who's got the marker now? It's like Lord of the Flies around here with the shell. Joe is going to draw a giant box around the rectangle and the squares, like a big box filling the whiteboard. And then he erases the rectangle and the squares with his sleeve, so it's just a giant box. And he says, "It's this, isn't it?" He looks back at everybody. They're all spread out in the room. Donna's looking at him with a little bit of interest and a little bit of concern, like, how are we going to get this thing back on track? Gordon is fully interested in all of this. Tom's brow is a bit furrowed. Cam is looking down. She cannot make eye contact with Joe. Joe says, remember, the World Wide Web and NSFNet, or the internet, or whatever you want to call it, are two different things. The web runs on top of the internet. It unifies everything. It makes it one network. Donna's nodding. He says, and that's the incredible potential behind something like this. Right now, the online world is the Tower of Babel. This is the Rosetta Stone, and it's running on state-of-the-art NeXT hardware and software. Gordon says, that's my biggest problem. Well, that's a nice direct dig at Steve Jobs there. Joe says, next step is not a problem. It's perfect. Of course, Joe would say something like that. Gordon says, okay, yeah, but I run a network that's not just on a whiteboard. Like let's get back to who's got the experience here. Don says, all right, here we go. Joe says, the NeXT is a state-of-the-art system. Of course, Joe would say this about the thing Steve Jobs has worked on. Gordon says, designed by a disgraced megalomaniac who loves form over function. Joe smiles a bit. No wonder you love the NeXT. I'm really glad they put that little line in there. Look, if we're talking about a network that lives exclusively on a ridiculously overpriced machine that doesn't really play nice with anything else in the technological landscape, then what we're really looking at, Gordon stands up. He takes the marker from Joe. Joe's like, well, please be my guest. Gordon draws a tiny little rectangle in the corner of the whiteboard. He says, is this, we're really looking at this, a tiny little desert island that nobody gives a shit about. So he's basically saying, like, the technology is not, it just doesn't work with anything else. And so it is essentially like whatever meaningful thing you can create on it becomes essentially meaningless because hardly anybody can access it. Cam's gonna laugh at all this. Donna's like, Cameron, what do you think? Cam just shrugs in a way that feels so disengaged, and Donna is disappointed at that. She's like, okay. Like, she put it, this was, I'll tell you what, Donna, my take on Donna in the last episode, look, Donna hurt Cam. 307, the threshold, they have this mutiny board meeting, Donna wins. Granted, they were not playing nice with each other. Like, Donna lied to Cam. Donna orchestrated, she was trying to orchestrate, like, basically a vote to go through with the IPO, whether or not Cam agreed. There were things that Donna was doing that were underhanded. Cam, also not the easiest person to work with. She was going off, making decisions unilaterally, using her, like, I'm the owner, I'm the leader of this company card. Like, she was doing all that. But in the end, the company gets pulled out from under Cam. Cam forces the vote in that meeting, and she loses the vote. And Donna held her ground. And she, Donna hurt Cam. And then the IPO didn't work out. Donna lost mutiny. Donna lost everybody. Donna, for me, in 309 was so alone. She was so lonely. Even when she was in rooms filled with people, she looked completely alone. Donna, that was 4 years later. And that's what Donna has won. Tell them what she's won, being alone. And Donna doesn't want to be alone anymore. She's had a lot of time to think about it. She has orchestrated all of this to try to make amends, specifically with Cameron. She's been thinking about how to make amends with Cameron. She sees this idea for the World Wide Web and she thinks this is it. She moves heaven and earth. She goes even through Joe to try to get to Cam. Cam doesn't want to hear from her at Comdex 1990, but then she does, and she goes back to Donna's room. She's like, what was that idea? And now they're in this room a month later. Cam has flown in from Japan with Tom. She gets in this room. Donna's company has held on to the mutiny space because, I don't know, maybe it's for other companies that need a space, and maybe it's just because Donna wants to hold on to that last link she has with Cam. She goes out, she buys bagels, she buys donuts, she gets utensils, she pulls all of the stuff together. She coordinates everybody. Cam is standing in this room and shrugs it off. It's just, so Donna's like, okay, what more can Donna do, really? I mean, yes, Donna has some amends to make and she has some apologizing to do, and she is doing it. She's definitely making the best efforts she can make here. She's trying to involve Cam in the conversation, and Cam's like, whatever. I don't know. Like, so there's that. And is Cam within her rights to do that? Sure. Why be in this room if that's how you feel? So I think there's kind of a little bit of like, why stand here if you're going to just say, okay. That's a take that maybe also involves some of the stuff from later in this episode. But Cameron, what do you think? Donna says. Cameron shrugs. I was like, okay. Which sort of pushes Cam a little bit. So Cam says, well, say we're all talking the same way. Cool. What are we saying? Are we just shooting the breeze? Are we playing games? Are we looking to get laid? Are we just mindlessly shopping? Joe's going to jump on this. He says, it's an excellent point. Content is paramount, but this box is the equivalent. He is pointing to the big one, not Gordon's tiny little one in the corner. He says, this box is the equivalent of a 500,000 seat state-of-the-art stadium. And if we build that, we own it, we win. Cam's looking at him for that speech. Cam says, but what's the point of having a giant stadium if you don't have a kick-ass band to play the venue? Gordon's like, whoa, guys. The last thing we need to do right now is hop in the car and race out to the parking lot of an empty stadium before rock and roll is even invented. Hey, guys, we are early. And I'm not talking, let's all just run down to the IHOP and grab some silver dollar pancakes early. We are years and years early on this. Donna's sighing at that. He says, trust me, okay? This is what I do. Joe's exasperated. He's like, I can't believe you don't see this. Gordon says, look, I agree, okay? The World Wide Web could be the next best thing since sliced bread. But right now, it's a tiny little academic petri dish running on a NeXT computer. Tom's like, in Europe. Gordon points to Tom. Yes, in Europe. Cam laughs a bit. She's like, then what exactly are we all doing here? Pause for a second. Gordon's point here, it seems to Donna like that's sort of like a wet blanket moment, but also I think this does need to be said in this room, because what has the last 3 seasons taught us? It's that the right idea also needs the right timing and sort of the right network and the right confluence of conversations and circumstances. So if Gordon is sitting here saying it's early, maybe it's early, and that's something that they should be factoring in. Timing matters. We know that for sure. We have multitudes of evidence in this series to this point that, a good idea at the wrong time goes nowhere. So Gordon's saying that, he's raising that. Tom is saying in Europe, like does he really want this band to get back together? There were 4 squares on the board. Where's Tom? And it kind of goes in line with what Gordon's saying in that moment, for him to also say, I mean, is this really a thing? So Cam's now saying, then what exactly are we all doing here? Like, what is it? Which is like, what's the point of being here? But also, we are all in this room. We all think that there's something valid here. why. So Donna is now trying to rein this in. She wants things to stay on some sort of a positive course. She says, okay, hold on. Just let's not lose the shared idea here. She walks back to the whiteboard, towards the whiteboard, so she can be more at the front of the room, so eyes can be on her. She says there's a shared protocol. This is a universal language, which again feels like Donna trying to, like, the metaphor of all of this plays into that. It's like, okay, we don't know, we don't agree with all the things, but there's a shared language, there's a universal protocol, we all understand, we can talk about this idea, stay in this room and talk about this idea. Gordon says, so it's Esperanto. Tom's like, what the heck is Esperanto? Cam says, it's a language for idiots that failed. Well, there you have it. Gordon's like, yep. Donna says, okay, you know what? This feels like I've watched like a little bit of Olympic sport recently, like beach volleyball, where they'll call timeouts when the momentum is headed in the right or the wrong direction, just to like change things up. That's what Donna does here. She says, okay, why don't we take a break for lunch? Tom's like, it's 10:30. Donna just gives him a death stare, like, don't you even. He says, I could eat, sure. Tom gets on board real fast. Donna's gonna look at Cam. Joe's gonna grab his jacket and leave the room. Cam is gonna leave the other way, the opposite direction from Joe, towards Boz's old office. Gordon is going to go out the door, so they kind of all go in their separate directions. Then we're going to see Cam looking around Boz's old office. She walks around. There are still the steer horns over the door from the inside. Donna's going to come in. She says, Gordon went out to get some pizza. I figured maybe it had been a while since you had that in Japan. Cam smiles a bit awkwardly. She says that there's Domino's around the corner from our apartment. I was like, oh. I mean, she's trying. I mean, right? Like, she's like, what could we get for lunch? What would Cam want? WWCW, like, that is the, what would Cam want seems to be the primary driver for Donna right now. And the primary driver for Cam is like, I don't want whatever Donna thinks I want. In this case, that's pizza. So had Donna gotten her like a bean and cheese burrito here, instead of like holding it up with a little light shining on it like she did at Comdex, she would have been like, oh, I had a bean burrito at Comdex. Anyway, so Donna's like, oh, Cam nods a little bit awkwardly. Donna's still there. She hasn't left the room. Donna says, look, you came all this way. It just seems like you don't want to be here. Okay. Putting that out there. Cam says, I said I'd listen. Donna's like just having to eat crow, just like over and over and over again. Cam says, Donna, it's not like this is the only thing we're doing stateside. I have a meeting with Atari. Tom has to meet with Sega US. Donna's like, and you're doing Christmas in Texas with his family. I know, Cam, we planned this whole thing around your travel. Cam nods. This doesn't really seem to matter to Cam. Donna says, in Vegas, you said this was a good idea. I mean, I think this is Donna sort of saying, yeah, we've been jumping through the hoops according to your needs. Like, you said this was a good idea. What's happening? Cam says it is a good idea, but it also has severe limitations in reality. Cam now sees Tom walking away. He's in the main office area, walking away in the direction that Joe went. It has severe limitations in reality. What are those limitations? Are they technological, or is it a Tom and Joe thing for her? Look, I'll be the first person to say, like, Donna hurt Cam. Donna did some underhanded things. We saw Donna, able to fake it and lie with Gordon. We saw Donna able to fake it and lie with Cam. We were seeing some pretty gnarly aspects of Donna's character up through the mutiny vote, the IPO vote, and then even in how she interacted with Boz after. But 4 years have passed and Donna is actually trying. And she over and over and over again is taking her lickings from Cam. Is Cam within her rights to not want to work with Donna? Sure. But why be in this room? Why do all of this? Why make Donna squirm like this if you don't want to be in this room? For Cam just to be like, yeah, but you're just one of the meetings on my calendar. You see, we've got Atari and Sega US. I mean, we've got to Texas. Like, it's like, Donna, you're not important to me. I just happen to be in this room. You're kind of lucky that I'm in this room. I would be perfectly fine with Cam if she just said, I would like to not take this meeting. Maybe she is really looking to hear if there's an idea that sparks her. But right now, she does sort of seem like she's disengaged, including in the fact that she's like she's standing in the corner, like all the way away from everybody else. Now, Donna doesn't necessarily know that there's like Tom and Joe stuff happening here. So there's a lot of weirdness in this room. She hasn't seen Gordon for years either. So I guess my assumption here is that the last time Gordon and Cam saw each other was at that board vote. They have not talked about it, is what I'm gathering. Who in this room does Cam not have weirdness with? 0 people. So it's weird. Donna doesn't have all of that context. Donna maybe doesn't know the state of the union with Cam and any other person in the room. Okay, we are going to see Tom and Joe in the other room. And holy crap. I really wonder what that last month has been like for Tom and Cam. Tom walks into the room that Joe is in. Joe is reading something, completely ignoring Tom. This would be a 5-alarm situation if you're Tom, right? Like for Joe, he doesn't have to be friends with Tom. In fact, he wants to take Tom down. If he wants Cam, he has to go through Tom to get there. For Joe, being cordial with Tom is not really like a great use of his time. Unless Cam wouldn't value, like Joe's trying not to out and out say anything harmful because like from a PR perspective, you don't want Cam to be like, but you said, but he can also just like ignore Tom and not spend time on it. So there's that. But for Tom, like I wonder, well, let's get into this conversation. Tom says, it's good to see you, Joe. Like Tom has been standing at the foot of the door. Joe says, thanks. He doesn't look up. No, good to see you too. Just thanks. Tom gives a little nudge. He's like, it's good to see you doing so well. Joe says, as opposed to, so look, Tom, I think in doing that, he's going to start to step over the line. He's going to dance up against that line of what's appropriate and what's not right from the beginning. But Joe is not acknowledging him, both in wider conversation and in like this room right now. Joe is acting like Tom is not even there. Donna puts 4 squares up on the board, you know, like people in the room are connecting without Tom. So I would say Tom has had enough information right now to feel other, to feel excluded. And in this situation with Joe not even addressing him, to feel like stepped on by Joe, like he's not even important enough for Joe to. But there's also history here, you know, that these characters have had a backstory. Joe is Cam's ex. We're about to find out Tom knows that Cam and Joe reconnected at Comdex. And I feel like, I think he's been wondering what happened there for a month. I think he is gathering intel and information, and I don't think he was going to let Cam go back into this meeting without him. Tom said, so Joe's like, as opposed to, like, it's good to see you doing so well. Joe says, as opposed to, Tom says, no, it's just now he has Joe's attention. Joe's like, just try, just cross the line with me, just try. Tom says, it just, Cam said, she said at Comdex you were having a bit of a rough go of it, that's all. This could be said genuinely, but there's like a tiny bit of a flex in there. Like it walks that line, but there's a little bit of a flex there. He says, I was sorry to hear about what happened. I never met Ryan. Joe is totally frozen. But Cameron spoke really highly of him. Tom's like sort of checking to see how that lands. I think Tom probably has plenty of information to know that Ryan was Joe's complete undoing. Joe is staying as stoic as he possibly can to not give Tom an inch. But Tom bringing up Ryan is a crappy thing to do. And he's I don't know. Tom is trying to get some power in this room somehow. He's got the least amount of power in this room based on what we're seeing in terms of the interactions. So anytime Tom brings up Ryan, it's an absolute last ditch, badly planned effort. It's bad enough right now when he's saying it just to Joe, but it's going to be worse when he says it in the full room because everybody knew Ryan there. Anyway, Cameron spoke really highly of Ryan. They both nod. Mm-hmm. Tom's willing to go here. Joe says, it was difficult for a long time, but I'm doing so much better since I've reconnected with your wife. Joe looks back to what he was reading. Tom has had enough of his time now. Tom swallows. I feel like however much of an inkling Tom had, I think he had an inkling before he even flew back to San Francisco for this meeting. I think whatever the vibe was in Tokyo, Tom was like, something's different with Cam. And then she tells her story about Joe, and I think she's like, what? He hears this from Joe. He's like, son of a bitch. He swallows, he thinks for a second, he closes his eyes, and then he walks away. For me, this is the confirmation, right? He has the information he needs. So they've reconvened now. They're all back in the meeting room. We're going to see Kim. I love that we open it up this way. I don't know why Gordon is asleep on the table. We see Cam aiming a rubber band at Gordon and snapping it into his face. He was asleep at the table with everybody there. How? He's like, ow, and he's rubbing the side of his face. So she's like rekindling that brother-sister energy with him, I guess. They haven't talked, Cam and Gordon. Like, but to be fair, they haven't talked. He hasn't seen her. Is it that he said he hasn't seen her for years? Because to be fair, at that IPO vote, Gordon was like, this is what's happening. I have to vote with Donna, but I need you to know this is happening to do what you need to do. I would otherwise vote with you. He did the most he could do as a friend for her in that situation. So I think if she's going to have hard feelings, I don't know that she would have super hard feelings with Gordon. They haven't seen each other since she's been in Tokyo. Have they talked at all? Maybe that's why they don't need to have a conversation here. Maybe there's not like super bad blood between them. They just lost touch. I don't know. Okay. These are the things I need your feedback on because I there are things that we still have not answered from the fact that we jumped 4 years. This is one of them. But we get this moment, we get her snapping a rubber band at his face, and it feels like, playing Super Mario Brothers for the new time period. It feels like that sort of same energy between them. He's going to throw some food at her. Donna's looking at the whiteboard. She says, hold on, I feel like we're talking in circles. What we're really looking at here is, Joe's like, I'd like to take things in a different direction if I could. He walks over to the table. He says, I'd like to talk about what I learned in Paris. Donna says, Paris? Gordon says, the whimsical art of mime. It's so good. Joe says, I went to the hypertext conference a few weeks ago. Joe's looking at Gordon. Not mime, the hypertext conference. Tom says, the what conference? We are going to now just get into a full-on dick measuring contest between Tom and Joe. They are both fully engaged in it. It's a lot. Joe turns and he looks intently at Tom. He says, hypertext. Some pretty big names were there. Apple, Xerox. He gestures to Tom. He's like, I'm surprised you didn't hear about it. Tom says, yeah, me too. Joe points to Cam and he says, it was right after I saw you at Comdex. Cam intercepts. Her eyes are going wide. She's like, okay, so hypertext conference. Oh, this is not going to stay on the rails for Cam, even if she wants it to. Joe says, Berners-Lee was there. Tom is looking at Cam, trying to figure out what's going on here. She looks back and she sort of shakes her head with this sort of stop looking at me energy. So Joe's saying Berners-Lee was there and he was talking to anyone who would listen. He handed out the entire web toolkit, the transfer protocol, the markup language, server software, everything. Donna's like, wait, you met him? Gordon says, you have all of that? Joe says, yeah. Donna's incredulous. She's like, that would have been useful to know this morning, maybe. Whose team are we on, people? Donna has no idea how many weird things are happening in this room. She assembled the people, but she was misinformed or uninformed is what I want to say. Joe says, what's so interesting about a programming language like hypertext? Tom's like, it's not a programming language. It's just a text that accesses other texts. Joe says, yes, I'm actually talking about HTML, the markup language. Tom raises his eyebrows like, okay. Joe says, what's so interesting about it is its simplicity. Let's bring it back to the basics. Kim is shifting her gaze between Tom and Joe. This is like a real tennis match. This is we're both measuring dicks to see how big they are. And Kim's like, whose is bigger? I don't know. I don't know what she's looking for in this room. She's not refereeing anything. She's letting this thing play out. They're basically verbally slugging each other. In fact, in this room, Joe is being, no, they're both being passive aggressive. Yeah. Tom is trying to find angles to get the better of Joe, and Joe's continuing to sort of thwack him down every time. But they're both being passive aggressive, I would say. So Joe is saying, with a very basic set of rules, you can create pages of information, objects, and eventually media when the bandwidth increases. He's smiling. He's like, so I cornered the guys at CERN. Tom's like, sorry, what is CERN? Joe says quickly, CERN, European Organization for Nuclear Research. Tom says, oh, right, nuclear research. Okay, I see the connection. It's like, Tom is being here like, I just want to prove you're just saying words right now. You're just name dropping and we don't even know if it's relevant. Oh, right, nuclear research. I see the connection. Meanwhile, Kim, there's this great moment. Kim's like, sorry, I'm not hearing the C word in it. I'm not either. I don't know what's happening there. But maybe one of those words when you translate it starts with a C. That's what happens sometimes. So she's like, I'm not hearing the C word in it. Still not refereeing any of this, not pulling people apart from each other. Joe says, nobody was paying any attention to them. In a way, they reminded me of Gordon and Donna, Comdex 81. Okay, Gordon and Donna can get back involved in this weirdness. Gordon's like, oh yeah? Donna's like, what, pathetic? Gordon says, devastatingly handsome. He says it very suavely. Joe smiles. He's got a close up of, the camera's close up on him, pointed right up in his direction. He says, geniuses ahead of their time. Berners-Lee handed out guidebooks not only for HTML, but HTTP, the transfer protocol, the call and response process for moving information like this across potential networks. Pause for a second. I think it's interesting to note that there's a coalition building that's happening in this room. This has now become a fight between Tom and Joe for Cam. Cam is staying out of it, which sucks if you're Tom, because he's her husband. And you would think if she were being loyal in this situation, she would in some way protect or back Tom up. But she's not doing that. She's not helping Joe either, but by not saying anything, it kind of helps Joe. So now Joe has pulled in Gordon and Donna in this particular moment. Oh, they were geniuses ahead of their time. And now he's getting them to play along with him. So he is sort of coalition building with that. 3, Tom again feels, and it is very much on the outside. And if Cam doesn't back Tom up, nobody is backing Tom up. Cam is doing nothing. So Joe says this whole thing about HTTP. Tom jumps in. He's jumping in anytime he can find a way to challenge this. He says, addressing protocol is TCP IP. The only way Tom can do this is through technical information. Unfortunately, Joe knows his stuff here, and he's going to assert, but HTTP is the abstraction application layer protocol that sits on top of TCP IP symbiotically. Right, Tom? Look, if you're me listening to this, I don't know what they're saying. They're basically taunting each other in another language, as far as I'm concerned. But what's so great about the way this is written is that doesn't matter. That, well, look, if you understand the technical languages, explain it to me, because I might very well be missing an important layer of information that actually relates here. But if you don't understand that and you don't get that whole layer that's happening technically, the way they're performing this, the way the actors are performing this, the way this has been written, I fully understand that this is not really about the technical ideas as much as it's about the dynamics of the people in this room. There's a very specific war happening for Cam's interest. And seeing the way people are relating to each other here is coming across very clearly in the dialogue, even if I don't understand the dialogue. So he's like, right, Tom? Tom smiles, got me there. He looks at Cam, like, Cam, when the F are you going to jump in? Like, jump in anytime, wife. Like, seriously. Joe says, with HTTP, any machine can become a client. Any machine can become a server, easily exchanging files. Tom says, no, files are FTP, as in file transfer protocol. It's the one that has file in the name of it. They have very, like, per my earlier email energy happening here. It's brilliant. It's good stuff. Like literally the way when I'm reading this, it's like wah 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 wah. Right, Tom? Wah 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 wah. It's the one that has file in the name of it. Like, that's kind of what I need here. Again, if you have the technical knowledge, jump in. Joe says, What I'm saying is HTTP will eventually supplant FTP. What I'm saying is that it can do it all. Gord says, well, that's interesting. So I was like, really? FTP? That's interesting? It's not. But what's happening at this table really is it's fun. I wasn't laughing as hard when I was watching the episode, but really, FTP, that's interesting. Nope, it's really not, Donna. I like the line Joe saying, what I'm saying is HTTP will eventually supplant FTP. What I'm saying is it can do it all. It feels like a statement about himself over Tom. Like Joe is to HTTP as Tom is to FTP. It's like, you're on the way out. It's brutal. Oh my God, this room is so brutal. Okay, we're going to get a close up on Joe. We have been doing a lot of long, extreme close-ups right at Joe's face. He says, I'd like to get back to an important point. Simplicity. Let's cut all this crap. Simplicity. Both HTML and HTTP are breathtakingly simple, and this kind of elegance allows for versatility. It allows for universality. I don't know. I'm kind of running with this idea that like Joe equals HTTP here, which makes him both simple and elegant and versatile and universal. Like, hey, Tom, you just exist in Tokyo with Sega. So Donna says, yes, a universal language, like I said. Cam is looking between Joe and Donna. She's like trying to assess the idea. She kind of doesn't want to involve herself in this other interpersonal crap that's happening in the room. She's hearing the idea, except she's fully involved in the interpersonal crap. So that is a coping mechanism, my friends. Joe says, and the best part is the online catalog viewer, the transfer protocol, the web server software, all of it is free. Tom says, I have a problem with open source. I'm very surprised at this. You do? You may remember in season 2, they fought over copywriting, extract, and defend. He was against it. She was for it. I've got a number of comments on this, so I've been debating where to mention my thoughts about why it makes sense to me that Tom has this position and why it doesn't make sense to me that Cam has changed hers. And I'm debating where to bring it up, but maybe I'll just dance over it here, and the more of the commentary will come when I get into the feedback section. Tom says, I have a problem with open source. Cam's surprised. She says, you do? Tom's looking at Joe. He says, yeah, I do. Do you know how many bad video game pitches I sit through every single day? The only way Sega stays Sega or Nintendo stays Nintendo is by not turning these pitches into products. Gordon's rubbing his eyes a bit like, ugh. Donna's eyes kind of roll back in her head a little bit. Like, this guy just has to be contrarian with everything. Kim says, that's not. Tom waves his hand and she doesn't love it. He's like, no, because open source allows the lunatics to run the asylum. And every time you put well-made code out into the world for people to screw around with, it causes major problems. He nods to Joe. Tom is putting a position here that I think he believes. I think his position has evolved in a way that is natural for where he is in life. I think that he started at Mutiny by breaking their code and getting in the door. And then as he got in the door, he started working on projects that were meaningful to him. And then he met the girl of his dreams. And he is a guy who ultimately wants to get married and settle down and have kids, we're going to find later in this episode. And he gets a position with a big company, and that company is now being threatened by the Toms of the world that want to hack in, and he now has to protect what he's earned. And so his point of view is now a guy who has things to protect. He has a wife, he wants to have kids. He has a I would say probably a senior position somewhere in Sega US that he wants to protect. He wants to protect himself there, his job there, and the company because it protects his job. And so Tom has things to lose now. And I think that is a natural progression that a lot of people go through. How many people, when they are younger, have idealistic ideas for the jobs they want to do and then eventually say, I need to make more money now? Or like they have to move away from something that was idealistic because for practical reasons they have to do something else. I think this happens all the time. I've seen it for many people that I know. Tom is like so many people in real life that I encounter, have experienced, and to some degree how I am. To some degree, I'm in a different space and different industry, but Tom is saying the opposite of what he was saying in season 2, but this to me looks natural. Cam is debating what he's saying. I don't exactly know why somebody would go from being somebody who wants to start securing things, which is where she got to in season 2, because she started out hacking into things in season 1. Season 2, she wants to start protecting things. She has, since that time, lost a lot of stuff. Why would she go back? That's the piece I don't get. I'll get into it more when we get into the feedback section. I just wanted to say my point there, to like sort of, yes, I'm a Tom defender, I know, but I'm understanding what's happening in this room. And I paused there because Tom's about to bring in something that's going to be crappy. Multiple crappy things. So Tom says a thing that I do think is his real point of view, his reason not to do open source, which would be a reason to be concerned about this whole project. But I also think that Tom is trying to find a way to get some power in this room. He's seeing Joe coalition build with Gordon and Donna. He is seeing Cam do nothing. Hers is the only voice in the room that would possibly back him up, or at least start the wave of backing him up. And she is saying nothing. There's no loyalty there from Cam and to Tom, at least that she's showing. So now Tom is getting desperate. And he says this whole thing, when you put well-made code out into the world for people to screw around with, it causes major problems. And he nods to Joe and he says, it's like, major problems, Joe, you know what I mean? He says, I mean, just look at what happened to Macmillan Utility. This is below the belt dangerous ground that he's starting to get into. Donna's eyes go wide. She looks at Cam like, oh my God, oh my God. It's like, Cam, do something. Cam says to Tom, what are you doing? Tom says, what? Joe stands his ground and he says, what happened to Macmillan Utility? Tom says, gee, the release of their source code online vaporized millions of shareholder dollars. And long story short, you're not around anymore. And Ryan is the one who did that. And that is the source of Ryan's demise too. There's a lot of layers to saying just the technical piece there. Joe is challenging Tom to actually cross a line. They are definitely sparring throughout this conversation. Joe is trying to make Tom say the thing that makes Tom look like an asshole in that room. And Tom's going there. He's doing it to himself. Tom's like flailing in this room right now. And 0 people are giving him a lifeline and saying, you're part of the 4 square situation. Cam grabs Tom's arm. She's like, okay. He inhales a bit. It's like, okay, he's seeing her reaction to that. Like, not only is she not going to get on board with him, but she's going to set a boundary for him. Like, this is where the boundary is, man. Cam appeals to Tom. She says, or you could look at it a different way. Tom drinks some water. He looks at Joe and then he looks back at Cam and he's seeing what's happening here. He's like, uh-huh. Cam says that with everyone creating something like the web together, some potentially amazing things could happen. One, it gets built very fast. Two, it becomes huge in size. Three, it's constantly being edited and refined, so it's improving at a massive rate. And four, there's no overlord controlling things. Tom is looking at her. She's not taking his side. And she was the person who insisted on copywriting extract and defend. Like, what do you do with this? Like, how does she think this is going to be monetized? So, it's like this interesting, he's actually come around to her position. And she's like, no, wait, I'm back at yours. So there's that. I'm really interested to know, for everybody listening, why is Cam reversing her position on this? Because I don't know that I've ever seen somebody take this trajectory unless they were retired and like go like it's like I'm volunteering now. I'm retired and I just want to volunteer for things I love. That's the energy she's bringing into this, but she's so young. Where's this coming from? Is it that she's choosing Joe in this room? Is that what I'm supposed to be thinking? Or is there an actual, like, have you seen this? Anybody? Okay. So she's presenting all these reasons. He's looking at her. Gordon says, and what network does this giant miraculous nebula of collaboration happen on? Donna sighs. She puts her hands on her forehead like, oh, we cannot get this thing off the ground. Joe says, you know as well as I do that something like this could change the face of the internet. Gordon says, the internet is not available for commercial use. Do you know how much money I poured into lobbying, trying to get deregulation through? So he spent years doing that. Donna is going to sigh again. Gordon says, look, everybody wants this and it's going to happen eventually, but we are early and it's all about timing. If the timing is off, we're dead. Timing is what killed Mutiny. This is an interesting energy to put into the room. Is he trying to cover up one really awkward conversation with another one? This is too heated. Let's make another heated thing happen over here. Donna's like, how do I steer this back? She says, the right people make it the right time. If she gestures to the whole group, can move this forward. We can be the people that make that future happen. Maybe crisis averted with the mutiny conversation. Cam groans. She's like, oh my God. Donna says, what? Cam says, I'm so sick of hearing about the future. What is that? The future is just another crappy version of the present. It's some bribe people offer you to make you do what they want instead of what you want. Donna's just looking at Cam. This is a disillusioned Cam. Donna's just like processing this. It's like, who hurt you, Cam? Everybody hurt her. Everybody in this room, just about. Like Donna, with the IPO, Joe in season 1, Joe in season 2. Gordon with Sonaris. I mean, they've come a long way since then. But like, if anything, Tom was getting weird with her company, when he first, in the beginning of season 2, but he kind of moved heaven and earth to support her after that. So I don't know, maybe Tom's the one person in the room where she doesn't have that energy with, but this idea, I'm so sick of hearing about the future. It's a bribe people offer you to make you do what they want instead of what you want. So it's like, I've had enough of people taking me off of the course of the things that I want to do. That does not directly address the fact that Gordon just brought up mutiny in the room, but it indirectly does. But it kind of throw shade at most of them. Joe looks at her. He looks at Cam and he says very quietly and earnestly, this future can be different. There is a long pause where Joe and Cam just hold each other's gaze. Tom is looking between them like, holy crap. Like, this future can be different. It's like this future of this project can be different. This future you and me can be different. Look into my eyes, Cam. Like, whoa. That is some energy happening right in front of Tom. Tom is looking between them. Cam sort of shifts. Tom needs to break this somehow. He needs to break this spell. He looks back at Joe and he laughs and he says, oh, Jesus, that should be on your business card, Joe. How many times are you people going to fall for this? He like sort of grimaces with feigned disappointment at everybody in the room. Like, you guys have been down this road before. Tell me about a time when partnering together worked out for you. Donna says, you know, I'm with Joe. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I'm with Joe. That's not good if you're Tom. Good if you're Joe. Gordon says, of course you're with Joe. You guys are the money people, but it's me and Cameron that actually have to do it. Gordon is bringing it back to a much more useful conversation, but also not. It's useful in the context of like, this isn't a war between Tom and Joe. This is a discussion of a project. That doesn't feel right if you're Donna hearing that. Donna says, look, nobody's doing anything yet. Tom says, exactly. He gives one very clear nod to Cam, like, I've had enough torture. Cam says, yeah, guys, it's been fun, but I think we're going to hit the road. Tom says, yeah, it's been thorough. Gordon is tapping the table. He kind of knows that's done. Donna's trying to save it. She says, yeah, okay, we can call it a day and reconvene in the morning. Joe leans forward. He's a bit concerned. He's watching Cam and Tom start, stand and grab their stuff and start to leave. They don't even say goodbye. Like, that was it. That was their goodbye. Donna just deflates at the table. Gordon says, well, maybe tomorrow will go better. Donna's like, there's not going to be a tomorrow. She walks away frustrated. Joe is just staring like if he lets Cam leave this room, if he doesn't do so, if he walks out, she's not ever coming back, the way that this is set up right now in Joe's mind, I think. So we're going to see Cam and Tom walking to their car. Joe's going to run out and down the stairs. He says, hey, Cameron. Tom and Cam turn back. He says, come back tomorrow. You flew halfway across the world. Donna's trying. Just give her a chance. Cam's shaking her head. She's like, Joe, just says, we've got to see if there's something there. Or we've got to see if there's something here. Like with the project, like with you and me. Tom exhales through his nose, like he had just left the room. This guy is chasing my wife. That's what Tom is probably thinking here. Cam says, this is a mess, Joe. It's just a mess. She and Tom get in their car. Joe watches, worried. They drive away. We're going to see Joe in the parking lot through the upstairs office window. So like as if somebody were looking out at Joe watching all of this happen. Like it could be any of us observing. It could be Donna. It could be Gordon. This is the closest Cam has gotten to setting any kind of a clear boundary in the room. Tom finally saying, like waving the white flag, and Cam letting him go and going with him. That is a choice. They will make different ones though, as we go through this episode. We're going to hear All My Exes Live in Texas. It's playing in the background. We've got Boz on his boat in a driveway. He's knotting up some rope, but it's not working out for him. He's singing the song. He's struggling with a knot. He's like, come on now. Cam is going to climb up onto the boat. Boz is going to see her. She swallows a bit and they hold each other's gaze. He cannot believe his eyes that Cam is on his boat in his driveway. She says permission to come aboard, but she looks like she's not so sure she actually would have permission. And he says permission granted. She climbs in. He says, be careful there with them city shoes. So sorry. She's kind of like wiping the spot behind her. He says, might want to wait a sec till you get your sea legs under you. And he comes over. He says, no, it's all right. You don't have to wipe things down. He does not give her a hug. People not given hugs is the information I need, because there's some relationships that we don't know where they've been in the last 4 years. So we saw Gordon actively not give Joe a hug. We know a little bit more about the Gordon Joe situation. We maybe have a little bit more information about Gordon and Cam, but Boz and Cam has been a real mystery. And I'm here to tell you, all is not well with Boz and Cam. He does not give her a hug. They're not friendly in this. There's like definitely some sort of a wall between them in this conversation. He's leaning forward. They're staring at each other. And then she breaks it with, cool boat. Hard to sail in a driveway, though. He says, yeah, well, I was beating that slot up through Angel Island and Golden Gate last month, and I didn't heal fast enough in the shallows, and I scratched the shit out of my gel coat. Cam's admiring the boat. She says, well, look at you, the salty sailor. Admiring him, admiring the boat, admiring the lifestyle. He scans her. He says, look at you. Like he barely knows her. Like it's a thing you say. She says, yeah, I know. Just all grown up, right? I says, well, hell, Cameron, you were all grown up before I ever met you. She's lived some life. He starts to walk a little bit closer to her, still not in a friendly way. He says, beer? She says, yeah. He gets her a beer. He says, how did it go this morning with Donna? She says, how did you? Boz says, oh, Diane told me. Whose driveway do you think you're in? We're going to see a huge house now behind where they're like this boat where they're sitting. Boz is sitting across from Cam, but pretty far away still. They've gotten nowhere near each other aside from like that transfer of the beer. So Diane told him that Donna had coordinated this meeting. Diane and Donna obviously talk. They work together. Maybe Diane is how Donna has been able to source information about Joe and Cam. Hard to say. Or at least in that 4-year interim. Cam says, how is Diane? He says, she is good. Good. She's smiling at him sort of skeptically, like, like Diane's another person that if she hasn't made amends with Boz, surely the things are on the same, like they probably have not spoken since the IPO vote, is what I am gathering here. I don't know if anybody else is picking up something different, but when I'm looking at this, because I have questions about that IPO vote, and I don't think they've talked since then. So I don't see why Cam would have talked with Donna since then either. All right. She says, yeah, you guys are still, he says, yep, she still goes to work and I stay retired. Some weekends we sail up to Sausalito or Tiburon, mostly go to the vineyard if we got a couple extra days. She says, so Californian, you take her to Texas yet? He says, yeah, I have. Loved the rodeo, hated everything else. She says, oh, Boz smiles. He says, and I think she was just being polite about the rodeo. They're smiling at each other, but this is still not comfortable. Kim says, so what's next? Wedding bells? He says, oh, sure, we've talked about that, but no, hell, between us, we got 3 kids aged 35 to 14, and that's enough. Hey, how's old Tommy Rendon? Kim says, Boz says, kids on the radar for you yet? Kim says, no, oh no, Tom wants them, but if it was up to me, we'd just get them out of a vending machine like everything else in Japan. So, you know, as much as we can sit here and say this Tom and Joe stuff is the conflict, this is an issue. You know, they live in Japan, and They live in Japan. They've been sort of isolated there. He has a whole, sorry, I have to sneeze. He has a whole community through Sega. She has an independent, she's developed these games. She's got a fan club. She's got Atari publishing her work, but how much of that is really a community for her? Tom is feeling pretty settled, and for him, the next step of that is kids, and she's doesn't seem to be that interested. That feels like a point of real tension possibly in their relationship that we're not seeing, but maybe we are through the fact that she just hooked up with Joe at Comdex. Maybe that was indeed not just a sign of her reconnecting with Joe, but a sign of where things sit with Tom. This line makes it feel more like that for me. So it's like, Tom appears to be really like, I don't know, swatting at things, trying to keep this connection, trying to keep Cam in his grasp. But is this even like, if not for Joe, are they living the life that they want right now? Based on that core conflict, I'm not sure. So Boz says, like what? Like what else comes in vending machines? She says, edible underwear. And Boz says, come on. He's surprised. She says, yeah, you're just so far away from home. Yeah, she's plus, we're just so far away from home these days. Although what the hell is home anymore? So that's another thing that's making me think like she's just not happy with her life in Tokyo. And maybe that's why she's like blowing things up the way that she's doing. Boz says, well, you're here now, ain't you? Not with the warmth we're used to, but he's making the statement. She says, yeah, I'm here. It only took me 24 hours to realize that coming back was a mistake. She hangs her head. He considers that. He looks at her. He throws his beer can down. He says, well, Donna says it's a pretty hot idea. Had to be to get all you yokels in the same room again. Cam says, it is. It's just too many cooks. Boz steps down. He sits at her level. She's fooled me twice, right? I was like, is that what happened? You got fooled? Kim doesn't really want to go there. God, this is an interesting conversation. When she says too many cooks, I wonder which cooks would she want to remove right now? I have some guesses on that, but which cooks are the too many cooks and which cooks are the necessary cooks? She says, fool me twice, right? He's like, is that what happened? You got fooled? Buzz, the IPO vote, Boz and Cam had sort of a reconciliation after not being not talking to each other for a while, even in the same office in the same city. It was weeks after she came back from Texas. And she didn't tell Boz that she was married to Tom. And then he finds out from somebody else. And he's really upset and offended by that. And they have their conflict in Texas about her not thinking of him as her father, but him thinking of her like his daughter. We have all of that. They have some amount of reconciliation right before the IPO vote. We go into this board meeting. He's saying, make your case, make it a business case. And she starts that way. She starts taking his advice in that board meeting. And then it goes sideways. It goes sideways so hard and so fast. And she forces that room to vote right then and there. And Boz votes against her wishes. He votes to go forward with the IPO right away. And but he says, you're breaking my heart. He and Diane wanted things to cool off. They didn't want to have the vote right then. But Donna and Cam were both very stubborn, and they were both like, it's her or me. Like, we can't do this anymore. And so that made everybody else have to choose. So he's saying, was that what happened? You got fooled? Like, is that it? Like, yes, okay, Donna lied to her. Donna tried to pretend like she wasn't moving, trying to rally the group around the IPO vote and had a wedding, party for her. So there's that. There was some duplicity happening from Donna for sure. But Cam found out, and this is still like she is the one who drove them to have that vote right in that moment. She's the first one who laid down the ultimatum. Donna then did as well, but Cam did it first. Cam maybe Cam put Boz in a bad position and he feels that way. Is that what happened? You got fooled. Cam's like, oh, maybe we don't want to go there. It's too soon, too long, or too. I don't know how it is for anything. Cam does not want to go there. She says, and also I just have my own thing going on that I'm busy with. So he says, yeah, space bike. So Boz has been keeping tabs. Despite however he feels, he's been staying apprised of Cam's work. She looks up, he knows space bike. She's like, yeah. He says, yeah, that's right. I got it. I tried it out. He smiles, he laughs a little bit. He's like, she says, really? He's like, well, it's not for me. She's shaking her head. She says, I'm just amazed that you even installed it. He says, I couldn't make heads or tails of it, to tell you the truth. Who's that little bastard with the chainsaw? Who's that one? And then you got the force field thing. He was like, He says, hell, it's like you can't even win. Cam shakes her head proudly. She says, nope, you can't. Boz raises his hand a little bit. He's like, come on. She's shaking her head. She laughs a little bit. At least that broke the ice between them a little bit. But where is that going? I don't know. This Boz Cam thing. I mean, he's basically saying, look, however I feel about you, I'm still supporting your work. And she's happy to hear that. But yeah, it looks like you can't even win. She's like, yep, you can't win. Can she win in life? I don't know. And Boz wants a game you can win in life, I guess. That'll tell you where they are. All right, we're gonna get a knock on Gordon's door. He opens it. It's his house. It's Donna. It used to be their house. But she needs a reason to be there now. So she says, sorry, I'm just here for Haley's retainer. She conveniently forgot it again. Gordon says, yeah, I think I saw it upstairs, but they kind of don't move for a moment. Okay. Donna says, did you want me to? Because I can go. Maybe not knowing how easy it is for Gordon to go up the stairs. Gordon says, no, I can get it. Come on in. He shuts the door behind her. He says, I still sleep up there every night. So it's like I go upstairs every night. She looks a little bit antsy. He says, why don't you get yourself a glass of wine? Stick around, stay a while. Okay. She looks at her watch. She's like, I couldn't. And he says, you look like you could use a glass of wine. You know where it is. He's going to go up the stairs. He has to lean a little bit heavily on the railing to get up. It's not easy, but he's doing it. We're going to hear some sax music, some saxy music. We pan up over the island in the kitchen to see some prepped food on the kitchen counter. And then Donna and Gordon are out of focus behind the counter. They're at the kitchen table. They're drinking some wine. They were just eating. He says, the key to the bisque is the Parmesan toast. She's pouring more wine for them. She says, 4 years ago, the only Parmesan you knew about was powdered. He says, yeah, well, I still got that too. Joni eats it by the spoonful. And she's like, dirty little secret. Teenage girls are just as disgusting as teenage boys. And then they comment, he talks about the thing she does with the syrup, the chocolate syrup. He's miming, pouring it straight into his mouth. She's like, and the milk, it's atrocious. It's like, oh my God. She says, speaking of cheese, seems like Joe McMillan is back in rare form. What a segue. Gordon says, yeah, you've gone and woken up the beast. Donna says, well, it was my only way to get to Cameron. It was a long shot and it didn't even work. I had to go myself. I don't know. Maybe that didn't even work either. Pause there for a second. She really didn't want Joe on this thing. This was the price of doing business with Cam. The only way she knew to get back to Cam effectively was through Joe. And so she doesn't want to work with Joe, it would seem. She's made 2 comments to Gordon to that effect. But Gordon came with Cam. And to be honest with you, Like, if you're Donna and you've seen what just happened in the room today, Joe being involved is like creating so much drama because of the Tom situation and the Cam situation. And Gordon doesn't even know how much he can trust Joe based on where he saw Joe 2 Aprils ago. So Joe's a real wild card in this room. And Donna is like, you can see that she could do without that element. It's not one but two comments she's already made with Gordon here. Okay. So she says, I don't know, maybe that didn't even work either, going directly to Cam. Cora says, yeah, well, what were you going to do all these years? Between work and the kids, get on a plane and fly to Tokyo. He brings their plates to the kitchen. Pause there too. I mean, so Gordon was not okay with the way that Donna was going behind Cam's back. He was like, it appeared morally not okay. And Gordon made his choices. He told Cam what was happening. He voted with Donna, but he was not happy about it. And he made that very clear to Donna. But he clearly sees that Donna wants to make amends. And so this is a concession. This is something he is offering to Donna. It's like, what in what other way were you going to make amends with Cam? What were you going to do? Get on a plane and go to Tokyo? He's making it sound like Donna's doing this the way that she could do it. Donna says, well, I could pitch a terrible video game to Tom. Gordon, in a fake, very stern voice, says, no, no, no. You would never get a meeting with someone as important as Tom. And Donna laughs loudly and Gordon laughs loudly. They've had some wine. Gordon says, if they do come back tomorrow, he's going to put the plates in the sink. He's going to come back and walk back to Donna. If they do come back tomorrow, she's like, yeah. He's like, I got this really great idea for them. Donna says, yeah, what's that? He says, for a video game. Basically, it's this conveyor belt filled with all these light bulbs, but you have to shit on them before they turn on. Donna says, wait, I have the perfect title. Gordon says, Donna's like, ready? You're an asshole. They both laugh. Gordon pauses and he thinks, and he's like, I apologize today for calling you a money person. She says, oh, well, he says, I didn't mean it. It just kind of came out. She waves it away. She's like, oh, well, it's true though. These days, I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake bringing everybody back together and trying to fix things. She's looking for his reaction. Pause there for a second. I'm going to go back here for a moment. I think, because I've had some feedback come in, and I have a feeling that people think Tom is an asshole in this episode. And he's not done doing things that will be asshole-ish. Although they're in the same vein as other things we've seen him do. But I think that a conversation like this between Donna and Gordon sort of cements the audience viewpoint that Tom is being an asshole. But I am your resident Tom defender. At the very least, look, I'm at least going to try to be thinking about what's happening for everybody. And for Tom, what a shitty place to be. That meeting must have been so incredibly uncomfortable. Like, these people have a shared history that he is not a part of, and they are more inclined to be on Joe's side, I guess, than Tom's in the room, including maybe Cam, who could have backed him up in moments but didn't. And so, like, I don't know that I think Tom's an asshole. I think that Tom is in that place that sometimes we get to in a relationship where you're like, becoming a version of you that you don't like to try to save what you have, whether or not that thing is worth saving. I've been there in a different way than what Tom's doing. But I've been there. Have you? Like, I just, like, the number of things that were being said and done in that room that are an actual threat to Tom, including the fact that Cam literally cheated on him with Joe. Like, he actually has a thing to be worried about here. And he's trying to save this against a cohort of 4 people. And like, if Tom's getting desperate, I get it. Does he say a couple things that go below the belt in the process? He does. But why is he doing it? I get it. But if you're Donna and Gordon, this is the conversation that you're going to have, because they don't even know what happened between Joe and Cam. So there's that, right? Like, there's a lot of missing information here, but yeah, they're going to back Joe up here. And they're seeing the worst in Tom, that they are. That is what's happening here. And Gordon has had almost no interactions with Tom outside of this. He had a dinner with Tom. He's had a couple. But what else does Gordon have to go off of? Donna has more information, but she also is seeing the worst in Tom here. So yeah, it's true. But audience, please, if you're inclined to say Tom is the worst, let's just sit for a second with what's happening. I think I can have compassion for almost everybody in this episode, and I can see almost everybody doing something not great. And so I'm trying to evaluate that, but I feel like I need to explain more of my thoughts around Tom, because I think my feelings about Tom and Cam might be flipped from what the average viewer might be thinking. Anyway, okay. So going back to this, Donna's like, I don't know, maybe it was a mistake to try to bring people back together and fix things. Gordon says, well, if nobody shows up tomorrow, I'm still interested. Donna's like, really? You didn't seem interested today. Like, what the hell? This is the guy who's like, it's too early. Gordon says, well, all I said was, you're early. Okay, it's a disservice to everybody if I didn't say that. And look, I've been wrong before. I'll be the first to admit that. Donna hesitates. She says, can I ask a weird question? So this is a big pivot we're about to get to. Holy crap. But Gordon's saying, because Donna in that room apparently thought that Gordon was fighting the idea the entire time. And Gordon's just saying, I agree with the idea. It's just early, which is what I said. So Gordon now is reinforcing that he's like, I'm on board with your idea. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe that's the go ahead Donna needs. So she says, can I ask you a weird question? He says, yeah, shoot. She says, are you having just a ton of sex these days? The what now? Like, Gordon gets on side with a work project and boom, you're asking him about sex. Gordon spits out his wine a little bit. He's like, I do all right. How about you? She says, yeah, same. But she's got some frown lines because we've seen Donna completely alone. So he says, are you seeing anybody right now? She says, nope. He says, good, because there's something really weird I wanted to ask you. He leans in. He says, would you be open to like meeting someone like for a date? I think you and this guy would really hit it off. She kind of blinks. She doesn't like this. She's like, what? Gordon says, yeah, there's this really great guy I know. He runs the computer lab program at Cal. Donna's absorbing this. She's nodding a little bit like, Gordon says, he's really nice. And I just thought, you're free. He's free. Donna's going to give a slight frown. She does not answer. She says no words in response to this. He says, I don't know. He grabs bowls to bring them to the kitchen. Like, ooh, let me take some things out of here and remove myself from the conversation I just made even weirder. Donna just sits there and she looks a little bit forlorn as he walks away. So from Donna's reaction, what we're gauging is Gordon says, I actually like your idea and I want to be part of it. She says, ooh, do you want more? And so she asks him about, does he have sex with other people? Like, she's trying to find a way in to the conversation she really wants to have, I think, which is trying to figure out, like, is there a way for them to get back to something? Because they're having this dinner and they seem to be vibing all right, like, or you know, they're at least friendly enough. But then he brings up this thing about this other person, and it's like, I mean, it could be one of two things. Either he's just completely obtuse and he doesn't see that she's putting out signals, and he really thinks there's somebody else that he can recommend to her, or he is testing the waters to see her reaction. And we don't necessarily know. When I watch this scene in isolation, I think it's the first thing. I think that he's just like, oh, you know, I was just thinking about you and this other guy. It would be great. But when we see a scene later, I'm actually going to think that maybe he was doing this to test the waters. But if you're Donna, she's just like basically offended. It's like, oh, that was not where I wanted this to go at all. All right, we are going to see Kim open the door of a hotel room. Tom is sitting up in bed using her big laptop. I guess this is an early laptop. So it's hers. Cam says, what are you doing? He says, I'm trying to finish this presentation. My battery died, so I'm using yours. She shuts the door. He's like, is that okay? She's, yeah, it's fine. She smiles, but in a way where it feels like she's being fake about it. Like, might not be fine. He says, how's Boz? She says, he is good. Look, I know today wasn't fun for you, so if you don't want to come back tomorrow, you don't have to. He raises his eyebrows a bit, like, you're going? She says, yeah, I guess so. He says, well, okay, I guess I'm going too. Like, he needs to babysit this relationship now. If there's anything he learned in this room, it's that this is a relationship that apparently needs to be babysat. She says, good. And he puts the laptop down. He says, I'm going to get in the shower. He gets up, he goes to the bathroom. We hear the water start, and she is going to go to his laptop to check if the battery is actually dead. It's blinking. Does that mean it is in fact dead, or that it has some life? She's shaking her head. Okay. So she's wondering if he is checking up on her. At the very least, she's wondering, she's suspicious of that. It's not a good sign that they're at this point in their relationship where he feels like he needs to be checking up on her. It's not a good sign that he is checking up on her. It's also not a good sign that she, in fact, has been, like, she cheated on him and she's purposely continuing to go back into this meeting scenario that was so horrible for him, with Joe. Like, there are problems here. Like, there are problems, so many problems. Okay. We're going to see the next day. The whiteboard is now flipped over. I like this touch. It's one of those whiteboards that can sort of swivel on its axis. And so the contents from the whiteboard of the prior day are now upside down on the back of it. Seems appropriate. We're going to hear the squeak of somebody writing on the other side of the whiteboard. The camera goes over the top of the whiteboard, comes down. We're going to see the top of Joe's head as he's writing. There are a lot of words on the board, a lot of things written on the board. Gordon enters the room and he sees Joe writing. Donna comes in. Gordon says to Donna, what's up with him? Donna says, he says he needs 5 minutes. I was like, huh. She goes to her old office and he follows and he says, wow, man, did I wake up with a headache this morning? She leans against the brick wall. He's like, yeah, you left kind of fast that last night. I'm thinking that he goes to pick up the bowls, bring them to the kitchen, and she's like, gotta go. Man, look at the time. She did not want to resume any sort of conversation, I'm thinking, post the conversation about Gordon recommending her to another person. He says, I hope I didn't say anything dumb, about the date. Donna says his name very firmly. She says, Gordon, it's fine. Gordon, it's not fine. Gordon says, oh, great. I mean, good. Donna says, I'd love his number. Gordon was not expecting that. So she's either trying to save face or call his bluff. But I think she thinks she needs to save face. Gordon was not expecting her to say that she loved this guy's number. And she says, unless it would be weird. Gordon says, no, I mean, yeah, no problem. The way he reacts to that, I feel like he's caught off guard by the fact that she now says, I'll take this guy's number. If it were a genuine thing that he put out there, I think that would be like a response that would be more like, okay, cool, I'll give it to you. This is not the response she got. So I think both of them are assessing the landscape and deciding if there's an avenue here. And I think there might be an avenue here for the next few minutes. Okay. All right. So we're going to get a close up on Joe's face as he stares at what he is writing on the board. Very close up. He's looking at the board. The door opens and it has to be Cam. So he turns and he smiles. It's Tom and Cam. Then Donna and Joe come out. Donna and Gordon come out of the room that they're in. Joe's smiling. He's like, oh, you're here. You're all here. Well, let's get started. Berners-Lee wrote HTML to view and edit the web, HTTP so it could talk to itself. The chatter could be cacophonous. Donna and Gordon sit at the table. It could be deafeningly silent. Cam sits. Big picture, what will the World Wide Web become? Short answer, who knows? Tom is still standing. He and Joe are the only people in the room who are standing. Donna says, okay, so what's your point? Joe says, it's a waste of time to try to figure out what the web will become. We just don't know because right now, at the end of the day, it's just an online research catalog running on NeXT computers on a small network in Europe. Cam's confused, like, what are we doing here? Tom's folded his arms, still standing. Cam says, so you're saying everything we've talked about since we got here was a waste of time. Joe says, I'm saying let's take a step back, literally a step back. And he gestures to the board. And Gordon says, yeah, what's on this board? Joe says, it's the code for the web browser. Tom says, and you wrote it on the whiteboard. Donna says, the online catalog of research. Cam says, full of Norwegian dudes, physics papers, and particle diagrams and stuff. Gordon says, yeah, and we care about this because why? Joe's gonna give us a speech. It's time for Joe to sell. Joe says, how did we all get here today? Let me ask you a question. Let me stop at. He says, how did we all get here today? Joe says, the choices we made, the sheer force of our will, something like that. Here's another answer, the winds of fate, random coincidence, some unseen hand just pushing us along. He walks around to the back of the room. They're all following him with their eyes. He's walking towards that exit sign, towards the door. He says, Destiny, how did we all get here today? We walked through this door, he gestures. We don't have to build a big white box or a stadium or invent rock and roll. The moment we decide what the web is, we've lost. The moment we try to tell people what to do with it, we've lost. All we have to do is build a door and let them inside. When I was 5, my mother took me to the city and we went through the Holland Tunnel. And it was basic, concrete and steel. But it was also my excitement sitting in the back seat, wondering when it was going to be our turn to emerge. It was the explosion of sunlight. And when we exited the tunnel, all of Manhattan was laid out before us. And that was the best part of the trip. They are all riveted. The amazing possibility to be able to go anywhere within something that is magnificent and never-ending. This is the first web browser, the rudimentary one CERN built to view and edit research. He has circled back around to the whiteboard. His movement is really keeping people's attention. He says, I wrote it up here for you to see how simple it is. It takes up one whiteboard. That's basic concrete and steel. But we can take this and we can build a door and we can be the first ones to do it because right now, Everyone else sees this as Donna's got it. She's like an online research catalog. Gordon's smiling. Running on NeXT. Cam's smiling. On a network in Europe. That's the glass half full. Joe's smiling. He says, and with this handful of code, we can build the next Holland tunnel. So here's the thing. Donna sees it. Cam's smiling and laughing a little bit. She sees it. Gordon smiles and nods. He sees it. Tom needs to put a stop to this. This is his relationship with Cam, like basically crashing before his eyes, because if she gets sucked into this project with Joe, that might be it. Tom says, I don't see it. Donna can't believe this. Gordon looks at him. Cam loses her smile. She's disturbed. Damn it, he's not on board. He says, I don't. Joe loses his smile. It's like Joe's doing the look into my eyes, and everybody's agreeing, and everybody's on board, and everybody's magically now on the same page. And Tom's like, snap out of it, everybody. So Joe's going to lose that smile. Tom says, I don't see it. I mean, is it a door, or is it a tunnel, or is it the Tower of Babel? Cam's kind of pained to hear all this. Joe literally puts his fist in front of his mouth. He's like, contain myself. I must contain myself. Tom continues, he says, or is it a Rosetta Stone or a stadium? You can't even decide on a metaphor. And if the big idea here is the browser and it's that easy to build, then it's not a big idea at all. It's a foregone conclusion. And how can we win at something when anyone, including Xerox and Apple and all the actual players from your little hypertext shindig, can step in at any moment and crush us? He tilts his head. It's a good question. He's saying, what about the competition, which is maybe everybody. And if we know one thing from this show, we know competition is something to be worried about. Joe says it will be competitive because whoever owns the door can charge admission. But I sincerely believe that with the people in this room, we have a chance to build the best. Tom reaches down, he grabs his jacket, he stands up quickly, and he says, and what makes you think you have all the people in this room? Come on, let's go. He looks at Cam. Tom has got to make a stand here for Cam, is his mindset, I think. And so he's doing it. He came back into this meeting to have a last stand with Joe. She doesn't move though. And she looks back at him. He says quieter, come on, Cam, let's go. Gordon watches as Cam just sits there. She's holding her ground. Look, it makes Tom look like a controlling asshole that he's doing this. And maybe he is, but he's also completely out of control in his relationship, and he knows it. And Cam knows he knows it. Joe maybe knows he knows it. It probably does know he knows it. He's like letting Tom unravel here. And so the camera's going to push in on Joe's face. Cam gives Tom this look like, I'm not getting up and going right now. Joe says, let's cut the bullshit, Tom. Tom looks at Joe. He says, your problem isn't the idea. It's an interesting thing to say here because, Joe is calling a spade a spade. That is correct. That is what the problem is in this room. I actually don't know to what degree Gordon and Donna know this. So this, obviously there's been weird tension between Joe and Gordon, but to even start to address this head on, potentially unearth some things that Donna and Gordon didn't know. It may or may not bring Joe out the best light, but he says the idea is not the problem. Tom, and remember, it's important, how we know this could be new for Gordon and Donna is that Gordon makes fun of Tom by saying, I've got an idea. It's a conveyor belt full of light bulbs and you have to shit on them before they turn on. Gordon was making fun of the fact that Tom was panning every single idea. But Jordan is saying, but Joe is saying the problem is not the idea. So Tom throws down his jacket. He says, "You're right, Joe. Let's go. Let's do this." So he goes up to Joe. He says, "You know what my problem is? I don't want to see Cameron end up like Ryan." Whoa. There's a number of ways you could have approached this, Tom. There may even have been a way to do this where you got one of or both of Donna and Gordon on your side, or at least understanding and having more compassion for you. But not if you're going to bring Ryan's name into it. That, unfortunately, is Tom. He has lost control. He is desperate. And the thing that he thinks is his last straw, his last angle, is the worst thing he can say in this room. And the worst thing he can say to the audience, I loved Ryan. And we know how much that hurt Joe to lose Ryan, but every one of them worked with Ryan. And every one of them feels, well, Cam feels some responsibility about Ryan. Donna may feel a little bit. They could all feel some amount of responsibility about the Ryan situation. So, whoa, if Tom said, "Yeah, Joe, the idea isn't my problem. My problem is that you slept with my wife." Totally different conversation. One that might illuminate things for Donna and Gordon and maybe give them pause. Nope, that's not where Tom goes, unfortunately. I don't want to see Cameron end up like Ryan. Cam stands up. She says, "Tom." Joe says, "You say his name one more time." Tom says, "Ryan." Gordon looks down. Tom says, "Do you remember him?" Joe steps closer to Tom. He sort of breathes in. He turns a quarter turn to look at Cam. And Joe, who was looking at Cam when he says this, says, "Well, hey, lucky for us, wives don't get a vote." Okay, Tom lunges at Joe. They tussle. They full on fight. This is a fight that probably needed to happen. Donna's like, "Oh my God." Cam's like, "Tom," they're knocking over a table. Gordon goes and he pulls Tom off of Joe. Tom and Gordon fall back a little bit. So they're having this fight, right? Lucky for us, wives don't get a vote. Joe says a thing like that, and it makes all of us and anybody in that room think this Tom is some controlling jerk. And in his dialogue, that's not necessarily false. He is trying to get control of the situation. He has no control in this situation, and he wants to get control in this situation, and he is being controlling to do it. But the thing also is that Tom, over these last two meetings in this room, has on numerous occasions been looking to Cam for support. Not necessarily for control, but for help. Like, do something, Cam. Take a stance here. Support me in some way. And she has left him hanging almost every single time, except pretty much when they just got up and left the first meeting. So he clearly, she's been voting by not voting the entire time. It's just, this is rough. Okay. Now we get to the part where Randy, my friend, would have been very excited with himself and very proud of his predictions. Tom and Joe have been fighting. Gordon pulls Tom off of Joe, which sort of makes Gordon and Tom sort of fall back a little bit. Joe is lying on the floor a little bit away from everybody else. And then we hear a creak in the wood of the floor. And it breaks, and Joe falls through the floor. And Cam screams, and Donna's like, we just hold there for a moment. The rest of them who were up on the top level run to the hole to look down. We can't see Joe yet. Gordon shouts, Joe. Cam's like, Joe? Gordon is going to run to the basement. Tom is staring through the hole. And then we see Joe lying awkwardly draped over the top of the mainframe. It's kind of funny to see him like that. His legs are sort of dangling over the side. Yep. It all came crashing down. Okay, we're going to see Gordon sitting in a hospital waiting room. Joe comes out of the room with a cast on his arm, holding it up. Gordon says, I know, you're lucky you're not dead. Listen, Joe, if we have any chance in hell at this, it's this kind of personal bullshit that's going to sink us before we even start. Joe's like, us? Gordon says, yeah, Cameron was right. There's no such thing as the future, hey? All there is now. Maybe we're not early. Maybe if we do it now, we could be the first. Regardless, I'm done waiting. Okay, now this is kind of interesting because Joe certainly has a problem with Tom. He has to go through Tom to get to Cam. If he wants to get to Cam, he has to go through Tom. But Gordon makes this appeal to Joe. Joe knows that Gordon is sick. Gordon says something like this, and it's coming from a place of, I'm sick. I have things in perspective. I don't know what my future holds. I want to work on this project with you, with all of you. This interpersonal crap is going to get in the way of that. He's also maybe thinking about the fact that he wanted to partner with Joe on NSFNet. And then for the reason of Ryan committing suicide, Joe backed out of that because he didn't want to profit off of the NSFNet idea. So Gordon wanted to partner with Joe and then was not able to partner with Joe, and they became more distant. And this is sort of like a wish fulfillment moment. Like Gordon's saying, this is my wish. Like, I want to work with you people on this idea. Like, stop this nonsense. And so I think that maybe puts a little bit of perspective into this for Joe. Joe is very earnest. He says, I can't let this one get away. This idea, this Cam, this situation with Cam. Gordon is affirming him. He says, then don't. Joe walks off. Gordon follows. We're going to see Donna on the phone back at the office. She's calling back to Tom and Cam. She says, hey, he's fine. But she seems to be interrupting an argument between Tom and Cam. She says, he broke his wrist, but he's okay. They nod. She goes back into her office. She's like, I'm just going to step back in here and let you two continue that. We're going to actually go to the Tom and Cam conversation. He says, what happened at Comdex? A brave thing to put out there. That is the question that he knows the answer to already. If it does not want to hear the answer to. But he put it out there because how do you not now? How do you not put that out there now? This can't, like, this dynamic can't keep happening the way it is. You know, this is not tenable. What happened at Comdex? Cam says, what? Nothing. Like, what do you mean? What do you even mean, Comdex? He nods, but he frowns a little. He doesn't believe her. He's very sure that he's lying here, that she's lying. Nothing happened. Tom says, I need some air. He leaves. She just looks down. Then she's going to look up. She's going to see Donna in her office looking back at Cam. Cam gives her one of those, just stop looking at me looks. She's done that before in this episode. And then she's going to walk away to, you know, her window. Donna's going to come in. You know, look, Cam, what a piece of work she is in this episode. There was a time, like earlier in this series, when you think about Cam and you think this is a person who just tells it like it is. She's not a person that I associated with lying. She's a person that I associated with, she'd be so blunt, she'd say a thing you didn't want to hear. We see an episode like 206, 10 Broad 36, where she and the entire mutiny team are trying to trick Joe. Then we see, as we get to the end of season 2, that she does that whole thing where she sort of honey traps, is the word honey trap? Honey traps Joe to make him load the Sonaris virus onto the WestNet, onto WestNet. And she kisses him and she really talks him up. And that whole thing, like, is a very deceptive thing that she did to get Joe to tank WestNet. And I've had discussion with people, I think Frank and Toasterleva, like, is that like, it didn't even seem in character for Cam that she would bring it as far as that. But now I'm seeing what Cam is becoming, and I think there's been a progression. Cam has become a person who can lie, and who will lie rather than tell a truth in a situation just to put it out there. She out and out lies to Tom. I don't even think it makes sense to lie right now. Like, the jig is up. Like, this level of conflict between Tom and Joe isn't sustainable, and just pretending it's not a thing, like none of this is a factor, who does it really help? But here she is, so that makes me a little bit like, whoa, how far have we come with Cam in this direction? Donna comes in. Donna's like, you okay? Kim says, it's so easy to make Joe the bad guy. I mean, making him the villain takes the blame away, but in everything that's happened with him, every single time I deserve some of the blame too. Maybe this is a reaction to the fact that she knows that she slept with Joe at Comdex, and Tom's fighting Joe in the room, but she should be taking on some of the blame herself. Except there she is telling Tom that she didn't, like, nothing happened at Comdex. Donna's listening to all of this. Kim says, and it's the same with you, Donna's listening. She's like, could this be reconciliation? Cam says, things fell apart and you did what you did, but a lot of it was my fault. Donna's tearing up. This is a really cool idea, Cam says. Donna says, yeah, I think so too. And look, if Joe is a problem for you, then he doesn't have to be here. We can get rid of him. Cam's absorbing that. She nods a bit. Thoughts on that, but I'm going to hold them for a later scene. Gordon is on the computer in the basement. Donna is at the mainframe. Gordon says, we all patched in? Donna says, yeah, give it a try. He says, yep, we're in, good and speedy. She comes over. She says, so this is your baby, huh? He says, yeah, the little network that could. The DSP in this cube is amazing. Not only are we getting clean 56K, we can do this at the same time. And he plays King of Wishful Thinking and bobs his head. And Donna laughs a little bit. So I guess he's touring her around NSFNet. On a NeXT computer, by the way. So Donna she's laughing. This song, this is a song that was on the Pretty Woman soundtrack. I can't imagine this was an inexpensive song to get here. That was, but a very, very indicative of the time period. Okay, so she's laughing. He's kind of dancing. He's like, sounds pretty good, huh? She says, yeah, is that coming off the CD-ROM? He's kind of nodding and dancing in his chair. She laughs. She says, we should really focus. She's going to shut off the music. She says, okay, so through NSFNet, we connect to CERN. Gordon says, yeah, but we're going to crawl once we hit Europe. Donna says, why? The TAT8 is fiber optic. He says, yeah, but it's also buried along the continental shelf and constantly being attacked by sharks. Apparently they can sense electrical radiation. She's smiling at him. She's like, I love your mind. Aw. Gordon says, $7,000 a pop is still insane. And I don't know why the cube is magnesium, but I still appreciate a good machine. He does kind of like NeXT. Donna stands up. She says, yeah, well, you know what they say, software comes and goes. And together they finish their line, but hardware is forever. She walks away and he looks back at her. You know, we've had these 3 scenes. We have them at dinner, and she, you know, he says, "Hey, do you want maybe somebody else's number?" And she's like, and she's disappointed. And then we have the scene between them in the office where he's like, "Did I say something wrong with that?" She's like, "No, you know what? It's fine. Give me the guy's number." And he's like, and then we get a scene like this where they're being close and a little bit flirty, and she loves his mind, and he's looking after her as she walks away. And they're finishing their little quip together, "Bahama is forever." And you feel like this might be the start of something for Donna and Gordon. Like maybe she can reconnect with Cam here. Maybe she can reconnect with Gordon here. She doesn't really want to reconnect with Joe, but if that was the road to get, I can't, Joe was maybe the road to get Cam and Gordon here. So fine. You know, for a person who was so alone in the last episode, this isn't a bad outcome if it's heading in this direction. We're going to see Tom and Cam. They drive up to the outside of the old Mutiny building. And I guess they have talked it through. So here's where they landed. Tom says, "Okay, do you have everything?" She says, "Yeah." Tom says, "Okay, this is good. This is good. I'll knock out my meetings today and get in a few days early. I'll see the family, get my bearings, but I think this will help me recalibrate." Cam says, "Yeah, this is good." She nods. She seems fairly confident with that. Tom says, "Yeah, and I'll pick you up at the airport the day after tomorrow, okay?" Kim says, "I'll be there." He says, "Okay." They kiss. She unhooks her seatbelt. He says, "Wait. I'm sorry that I didn't trust you." She shakes her head like, "Don't mention it." No, like, really, let's stop talking about this. He says, "I don't like who I've been this weekend." Kim says, "It's been a weird situation for me too." Tom says, "The other night at the hotel, I was reading your emails on my laptop. I can't believe that I did that. I just couldn't get Joe out of my head, and it was completely irrational, and I'm sorry." She's nodding. She's looking down. She's saying freaking nothing. It was not irrational. It was not good that Tom was doing that, but it was not irrational. And Cam is lying. She's lying so hard. God. Okay. So Tom says, I just don't want us to lie to one another because I love you." She shakes her head. She says, "I love you too, but I'm lying to you." Yeah. Tom smiles, and then Joe drives up and parks next to them behind Tom. Like Tom's facing her, so Joe's behind Tom here. Tom turns to see Joe, and he's like, "Okay, I need to be the bigger man here, or I need to be, you know, I need to, I don't know, whatever." He needs to maybe not be the bigger man, but he needs to make amends in some way with Joe. Joe glares a little bit at Tom. He fidgets to grab something in the car, and he holds up his cast. So it's within view for Tom. Kills the mood in the car, that's for sure. So Cam and Tom both say, "Okay." She gets her stuff to get out of the car. Tom gets out of the car first. He wants to make a gesture here. So he goes after Joe. Tom says, "Joe." Joe completely ignores him like he is wont to do. He says, "Joe, Joe." Joe's continuing to walk. He says, Joe, I wanted to apologize for yesterday." Joe's going to stop and turn. "Okay, well, if you're going to apologize." Tom says, "The way I behaved, I was way out of line." Joe stands his ground there. He says, "I was out of line too." Tom goes to shake his hand, but it's the hand it's the wrist that's broken. It's got the cast on it. So Joe's like, "Sorry." And he just runs up the stairs. And Tom and Cam say goodbye. He says, "I love you" again. She says, "I love you." At least they can say, "I love you" now, but not feeling great about everything Cam's not saying. They kiss. Tom says, "I'll see you." She agrees. He gets in the car and drives off. She watches him drive off. Joe watches them. And then Cam looks kind of up in the direction of the offices again. Cam is wheeling in her bag, and Donna's the first one to see her. Donna says, "Hey, they're ready downstairs." And Cam says, "Donna." And Donna stops. She looks at Cam. Cam says, "I can't work with you." Donna just sort of like drops her hand. She's like, "What?" She gets closer to Cam. She says, "What?" Cam says with certainty, "I can't work with you." it will never be like it was. It can't be. Donna has this look on her face, like you're watching the feeling of betrayal as it sets in on a person. She says, but last night we talked. It was good. I don't understand. Kim says, you know why I wanted us to meet here? I just didn't want to forget what happened, how painful it was. Donna looks fully betrayed now. She says, why? Kim says, and then I almost did forget last night when we talked, when it felt good, when I was with my friend again. And then you reminded me how easily you toss people aside when you feel like they're in your way. Donna says, this is about Joe. Kim says, no, this is about you. Donna is devastated. She's like, Jesus, I was trying to help you. All I was ever trying to do was help you. We're going to see the camera angle switch to the side. A really interesting choice because the camera's set up a little bit further away from them. They're facing off with each other like a duel, and there's a support beam running down the middle of the frame between them, splitting them apart. Cam says, well, the thing is, Donna, I love this project and I want to work on it. And she lets that hang, and Donna grows ice cold and she's like, take it. Cam looks very calmly at her. And Donna says, take it. I wrote in my notes, a whisper sneer. That's my way of describing her expression. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but take it. My God. Carrie Bechet. Then we hear the sound of Donna walking away and the door slamming. Cam is going to walk into her old office and she's going to put her bags down. You know, I think about this Cam and Donna stuff, and once again, like, okay, what was Cam's intention when she came here? I think it was this. You can tell me, like, maybe your take on this is something like Cam really was going to try, and it was all going fine until Donna mentioned being able to cut Joe loose, and that was what turned her off. But man, I think Cam's gone full season one Joe here. Like I think there's ambiguity here, but I think the fact that she introduces the idea that there was a reason why she wanted to meet in the old mutiny building. She didn't want to forget that she doesn't want to work with Donna again. She came here knowing she didn't want to forget that she doesn't want to work with Donna. So what was she here for? I think she was here to take over. I think she was here to cut Donna out of her own idea. And then set herself back up in her old office. I think, she could have just said, I don't want to work with you, Donna. Don't want to do it. But instead, she has Donna do all this heavy lifting to reconnect her with Joe and with Gordon. And then she cuts Donna loose. And I think this was intentional, but I'm interested to know what you all think. What was Cam's goal with this? Did she come here really thinking she was going to work with this whole team on this project? Was she looking to see what this was going to be? Or was this an elaborate opportunity for her to stick it to Donna? I don't know. I have a strong opinion about Cam in this episode because everything that I'm seeing is going in such a direction. Who is better off in this episode for knowing Cam? It's definitely not Tom. It's certainly not Donna. It is. I feel like I need to continue this thought when I get to the 2 scenes from now. But is it Joe? Because Joe is like a tortured soul being around Cam right now. And frankly, Cam booting Donna from this project Donna and Gordon were just starting to hit it off again, and it feels like this is gonna just, like throw a wet rag on that. Like, who is better off right now? Boz. Boz doesn't seem to be all that happy to reconnect with Cam. Like, who is better off in this episode for knowing Cam? So like, I'm right now inclined to think the worst, like the worst intentions of her. But yeah, I understand that I may be losing people who are like just all for Cam. I love Cam as a character. I love Cam, but right now her behavior, man, woo, she is. Whew, this is a lot. Okay. Anyway, Donna is going to go outside. She's in the parking lot. She's walking very fast to her car. She needs to get out of here. She gets in the car. She turns it on and she says, damn it. And she turns the car off again, the engine off. She cries onto the steering wheel. She's like flailing into the steering wheel. And then this is amazing. She looks at herself in the rearview mirror. She catches her breath. She fixes her hair. She stops crying. She closes her eyes. She picks up her phone. She says, it's me. I'm headed to the office. I need a flight to Switzerland and I need to meet with CERN when I get there. She hangs up her car phone. She starts the car and she drives away. I feel like she just became like, wow, Carrie Bechet. This is, we just watched a coping mechanism take place. She just went from, this is full betrayal and I'm feeling the greatest pain of my life, that there are now 3 people in that building that I assembled, that I wanted on this project. Joe, okay. That like, this was mine. I brought this to you. I brought the people together and now I've been cut out instantly. And this was all to get, like, everything she was doing was about what can she do for Cam. And Cam is like, sorry, I want to work on this, just not with you. And Donna backs out of it. And to watch her feeling all of the emotion of that and then going, wiping the tears off of her face, fixing her hair and going, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this business on myself. And damn, that feels like that's an energy that may or may not serve her well in the future, but she's going to get down to business. Like, oh God, so good. I don't know that I feel good about it for her as a character, but damn, like, what a thing to watch. Okay. Gordon is in the basement typing into a computer. There's a NeXT sticker at the bottom of the computer terminal. He's typing in info.cern.ch/hypertext. Joe's watching it all. Gordon's like, where's Cameron? You know how long I've been waiting, just sitting around the last 4 years, twiddling my thumbs? He looks back at Joe. He says, maybe this futures bet will finally pay off. Joe says out loud, I'm in love with her. I mean, it's relevant. Gordon looks back at him like, oh God. Cam's footsteps. We hear her footsteps as she comes down the stairs. Gordon's like, where's Donna? Cam says bluntly, she left. Gordon looks back at the computer. Okay. Joe looks at her. Cam looks back. We're going to hear New Morning by Bob Dylan start. Joe's like, all right, let's do this. Joe leans down next to Gordon, leans down sort of towards one side of his face. Cam leans down to the other side of Gordon's face. We're going to get, Gordon finishes the URL. So after hypertext / he writes www and they wait for it to load. Camera pulls back a little bit. It gets close to Gordon's face. Gordon looks to Joe and then he looks to Cam. Joe looks at Cam and smiles a little to himself. Cam looks at Joe, doesn't react. Did he get her? And then New Morning, this chipper song of a new project is playing in the background. Yeah, Gordon's like, where's Donna? Because I was like thinking maybe I'd hook back up with her. Okay. Like he's just gonna third wheel it in this Joe and Cam situation now, or fourth wheel, like with what's happening with Tom. Like it raises a lot of questions to bring into season 4. It certainly introduces a new project. It introduces Donna also in some way being involved with that, but separately from them. It introduces like more conflict between Donna and Cam. It introduces what's happening with the whole Cam, Joe, Tom triangle situation. It introduces Gordon being sort of in the middle of all of this, but doing it because he wanted to work with people on a project that means something. And then like where's Gordon and Donna? Where's that gonna land? I still don't know what the hell's happening with Boz and Cam. And I don't know what's going to happen now that, like Donna and Diane have a connection and Diane is connected to Boz, but then Cam just did this to Donna. So where does that put Boz? I don't know. There's a lot of really interesting things to look at for the next season. So I don't know. We end in a fascinating place. And that's 310. That's the season finale of season 3. And who knows how many things I've said here that you either agree or completely disagree with, but I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. Before we get into your feedback for, coming into this episode, the music from this episode, let's look at that. Some really seemingly big placements here. This must be one where they put some music budget into it. They must have saved it up for a while. There have been some episodes where we haven't really had a lot of like needle drops that have been put in. So this one, we went big. We went The King of Wishful Thinking by Go West from 1990. That's when Gordon is showing Donna, I guess, NSFNet. And that one, it was that was a big year for that song with Pretty Woman. We got New Morning by Bob Dylan from 1970. That's Cameron, Gordon, and Joe launching their next project together. And then we've got All My Exes Live in Texas by George Strait from 1987. That's we heard that for just a little bit there. Okay, so let's see. Favorite quotes. I've got a few that I enjoyed. I have a top one, but I'm going to give you a bunch of honorable mentions here. I really like this line from Donna. She says, tried to stop the bleeding, but, still bled. We've all been there at one point or another. We got one from Joe. Right now, the online world is the Tower of Babel. This is the Rosetta Stone. We've got Cam. This line made me laugh. Sorry, I'm not hearing the C word in it. In CERN. Cam also has another good one. The future is just another crappy version of the present. But Joe, a line from Joe that I liked. This future can be different. Another line from Joe that I liked. And that was the best part of the trip. The amazing possibility to be able to go anywhere within something that is magnificent and never ending. What a speech. My favorite line, and you might be thinking to yourself, this is your favorite line in this episode, an episode full of speeches and like funny and not so funny moments. I'm picking one from Gordon, who says, "We are early. And I'm not talking, let's all just run down to the IHOP and grab some silver dollar pancakes early. We're early." Yep. I love that one. All right. Let's get into some feedback. Lots to cover here. Start with one from Jennifer Roner about 309. Jennifer Runner, let's hear from Jennifer. Such a surprise with this one in that there was a 4-year flash forward and that they presented that with such little obvious exposition. Interesting that they made the choice to make a shift forward in time so late in the season rather than make it the first episode of a new season. Unique move. Yeah, I thought Jennifer expressed that beautifully. It's just so unexpected the way they handled 309. And then you get this 310 season finale. You're tying some things up, you're introducing some new things, but we still have some unanswered questions about the time jump. And now we're going to launch ourselves into season 4. And so it's just like this really interesting, what do you do with these 2 episodes in this 1 month time span? Yeah, so well expressed, Jennifer. I've got a number of comments from Synthetic Gerbil. Let's start with one from last episode, 309. Synthetic Gerbil says, I'm glad to hear everyone say that the vote Gordon was forced to make against Cam at the mutiny boardroom was most likely a factor in their divorce with Donna. The show never actually says this or conveys the information, and maybe it potentially wasn't considered fully by the writers, but to us as an audience, Donna forced Gordon to do something he felt was rotten, something that is really hard to come back from for a person like Gordon, because for all his faults, one thing he has always had is integrity. We are instead left to imagine what Gordon and Donna may have talked about leading to the dissolution of the marriage, but that's okay too. Yeah, I think it's an interesting choice. I think it's one of the interesting choices about having a 4-year time jump before that last episode. I mean, Gordon having integrity, I mostly agree with. I think, him having an affair with Jules, and then like his weirdness with his brother Henry around that. But I think for the most part, we're seeing that Gordon over the years has really gotten more and more perspective on things. Probably because partly I think because he's dealing with an illness, and that's a very real factor for him. But, I think the fact that they make us kind of guess where things came apart, but even in that, the number of people that I've been hearing from who feel like it was probably Gordon who initiated it, a lot of us seem to feel that way. Again, totally open to hearing people's thoughts if you thought Donna initiated the divorce, but then Donna is like really looking for a way to get back to Gordon here in this episode. And it seems like Gordon's kind of open to it in this episode. So I don't know, maybe enough time went by where there weren't more infractions. They both grew as people in the way that they were growing as people, however they feel about that. And so now it's kind of like almost meeting a new person, or it's like if they were to pursue anything at this point, it's like with the full acceptance of here's who I am now, not here's who I've been trying not to be for a while. Now 306, Synthetic Gerbil has some thoughts about this one. This is by far one of my favorite episodes, maybe my most favorite. I think concerning the Joe and Cam scene, all the ambiguity and interpretation can be done over Cam's thoughts. At that point, Joe just seems tired from work and is not ready to deal with whatever emotions this conversation may bring out, and he's just kind of cranky about it. Just resetting. Remember, this is when she goes to his apartment to ask him to give Gordon credit. I think him being a little dazed here delays his realization on what path he takes later with the lawyers. I think pretty much everything you said about Cam, the emotions that work for her are just all of the above. I feel like she put on the ring, not exactly to announce she is married, but to potentially solidify that she's not going to give in to this chemistry with Joe that is so tense here. She knows she can burrow into Joe's soul and therefore can help fulfill Gordon's wish for credit. I doubt she ever tells Tom about this encounter, though. I do also wonder how she knew where he lived. Joe's scene with the lawyers, I feel, was all of the above of what you said also. I think after Cam talked to him, the pure emotional and integral need to give his friend honest credit was implanted in his mind again. But it seems like Joe has kept this scenario in his back pocket because it's supposed to be his way to get Gordon to come to work with him again.
The perfect opportunity arises for him to do this, and really he won't be able to play this card again, and potentially force Gordon back to him in this last-ditch effort at the same time. He must also realize a little before his statement with the TV that really the only way to save the work Ryan has done is to get Gordon involved, someone who will listen to a good idea when he hears one. I wanted to read that whole thing, but I especially wanted to look at that piece about Cam and Joe's conversation back in his apartment. Again, I look at a scene like that, and she's married now, or Tom is in her world again, and she goes to Joe's at 1:30 a.m. It's just she's really toying with people. Cam is a person who is comfortable to toy with people now. I think even what you could say, she just went there to talk with him about Gordon, but she goes at 1:30 and she has a finger on her ring. She has a ring on her finger. Those two details, I've really come around to the fact that right there is Cam sending a mixed message. Regardless of how she feels about anything else, I keep coming back to that detail, or those two conflicting details, and realizing, what is a character like Joe supposed to take away from this? And it gets Joe thinking, and we get all the way to this point, and Joe's still been thinking about it. And now what's she doing with Joe, and what's she doing with Tom? And she's really, as a character, she's not just somebody who will rip you a new one in a room. She's not somebody who's just gonna tell you like it is, however you feel about it. She has maybe learned from some of the other people in her world that she's learned deception. However she's felt being on the receiving end of it, she's learned how to do it. Okay, 208. We've got a synthetic gerbil comment about 208. And there are a few people who have comments about this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to read these comments and then sort of talk about all of it. I addressed this a little bit during the recap, but I wanted to let you all sort of say your thoughts on this. So from 208, Synthetic Gerbil says, the copy protection bit is where Tom loses me some. He's not my favorite character, but he's much easier to like in season 2 by far. By caring that much that all software is free for the people without any obstacles seems kind of weird, since copyright law is essentially what helps Mutiny get paid. Plus, the most clever of coders can just take apart whatever copy protection there is anyway. That said, I'm a little confused about what method of copy protection would have been used back then. Nowadays, PC games are copy protected by running in a client like Steam, or they install spyware on your computer along with the game. The copy protection before games on CDs was almost always some kind of refer to a physical item that came in the box. PC games used to come with so much stuff inside that was just a bonus to the game around it, but often with the knickknacks and booklets, you would have to refer to page 8 for the 4th word in paragraph 3 or something like that, and type that to enter the game. Since that sort of thing was easy to Xerox as long as someone had the manual, this wasn't the greatest kind of copy protection back then. Since it seems like Mutiny sends you some kind of disc or something with certain games in the mail when you sign up, it probably came with some sort of documentation to copy protect. Maybe Tom's idea is that without placing some kind of copy protection, people will pay money for the game if the quality is good enough. So with Cameron's idea, the extra step keeps out some pirates, but is still ensuring at least someone buys the game. I guess this debate rages on today, but I think almost universally, DRM, modern day copy protection, where a client or program runs in the background, is frowned upon because it's intrusive. I'll comment on this mostly afterwards, but I just wanted to say I was debating, even when I received this comment for 208 a while ago, when to bring it in, because I like that Synthetic Gerbil is giving us some of the mechanics of copy protection, which is relevant to 208, but also relevant as we sort of consider how things have evolved even in the show's time period. But the reason I'm saving this comment to now is to really look at Tom's position on open source. So I'll speak to that in a moment here, but thank you, Synthetic Gerbil, for sharing all of that background. Now, on the same topic, from XO Gilco, from 202, about Tom. I don't really like him much because he seems inconsistent based on what I saw in season 3. He's introduced as an open source guy. He also insisted that Mutiny should not obfuscate their code. But then in that meeting in season 3 with the gang, he's totally against free innovation and going open source. I can't remember the exact line, but it totally toppled any identity I could pin on him. Maybe that's who he's meant to be, not really believing in anything, but that paired with his pessimism just makes him unlikable, or at least super undeveloped, more like a plot device. Okay, I have things to say, but I'm going to save that for a moment because I have a comment from Frack and Toaster Lava from 203 that also speaks to that topic. I'm sure Tom always wanted to get employed by Mutiny. And I also see his frustration in this episode as his disappointment that it wasn't quite what he expected it to be. But we also see him angry that he's seen riding a bicycle at work, and he seems embarrassed by the fact that he's not driving a car, which confused Cameron. I think this is an early hint that Tom is fundamentally not much of an idealist and Robin Hood figure as one may have thought, and that he's also strongly driven by his dissatisfaction with his poor background and his wish to have a successful career, not just in terms of creativity, but also in terms of status and financial stability. Spoilers, we see him later in season 2 prioritize money over Mutiny's creative independence. People have argued that Tom is inconsistently written because he's against open source in season 3, but I think it's simply because he's always more conventional than Cameron at core. He wanted his work to be acknowledged, but he also wanted to have a successful career, be respectable, have money and marriage and children. He was hacking Mutiny when he was an outsider who wanted a way in. Ha, episode title. But once he had his own successful career, he wanted to protect that from other outsiders. Many people are like that. Okay, this is a specific point about Tom, and there are more points coming up about Tom from Frack and Toaster Lava, but I wanted to address these 3 comments because I think they're all speaking to each other and in the context of this, this particular scene, this stance. And Frack and Toaster Lover's points at the end of that comment are sort of leaning towards what I think about Tom, where I actually don't think that Tom is inconsistently written. I think this is consistent with, and I said this a bit, but I think that so many people start out with ideals about how they want to be in the world. And then when they start operating in those spaces, start to see more of how the sausage is being made in whatever area, and they get more context, and maybe they start doing advocacy work, and they get to sit around the table with people where they can put a face to the other side and actually hear, okay, here's what your challenges are, here's what my challenges are. And you start looking for ways to meet in the middle, or maybe you become a person who's sitting on the other side at some point, and you have to start saying, okay, so here are some of the many factors going into the situation that I thought was, so obvious earlier on. So I think a lot of times the longer you spend looking at a situation, and the more you spend trying to talk to people about your point of view and hearing other sides and having dialogue about it, the more likely you are to encounter the counterpoint and have to really think about the reasons why that counterpoint is valid if you want to continue with your path. In Tom's case, I think this goes all the way to being able to support yourself in the world. I think the fact that he didn't have money growing up and he had to support his own mom in the way that he could, or he had to let her sort of not give him the things that maybe other kids might have had. He was supporting his mom when he was working at Mutiny. But he believed in Mutiny, but he had to have a side job to continue working with Mutiny. And I think this idea, like he was so enamored of the work that Mutiny was doing that he does whatever he can to get noticed by Mutiny. He gets a job with Mutiny, and then, he's bringing ideas to Mutiny. And yeah, in season 2, he is still in that point where he's like, wait, you want to copy, protect, extract, and defend? That's not what we do here. That's why you were able to meet me. And Cam's saying, yeah, but we met, so now I can copy, protect, extract, and defend without being worried about not meeting you, right? We met. But for him at that point, he's thinking, like, this is somebody's road in that we're squashing when we copyright something. But now he got the girl, he got married, he wants kids, he needs his job, he's high up in Sega, he's dealing with people every day who would potentially take down Sega or something that's happening for Sega, and he has to think on the other side about this. He has to prevent the Toms of the world from season 2 from infiltrating into the work that he's doing now if he wants to maintain security in his world. And season 3 has been so much about security, and he is part of that story because he's got a secure lifestyle now. And he doesn't want outsiders coming in and infiltrating. And by the way, Joe is an outsider infiltrating on his marriage, and he doesn't want that either, right? So I think this plays from a number of different standpoints. Where I get confused, like for me, Tom is consistently written with so many humans in this world. I don't understand why Cam would reverse course. She's had things stolen from her. She's protected against having things stolen from her. Like she's somebody who used to steal things. She remember when we first meet her, she's playing Centipede with a coin that she has on a string where she can keep taking games without paying for them. She is somebody who used to steal things. She gets to a point in season 2 where she wants to copy protect. And now she doesn't. I just, like she has a game that surely somebody has made her copy protect that. So why is it that she actually wants to look at the other side of this now and think it should be something where everybody can contribute? What's bringing her back to this bigger ideal? Is this Cam saying, I want an open relationship? Or is this Cam like really believing in the ideal behind the World Wide Web? So very curious for people's thoughts on that. Okay, Frack and Toaster Lovers continues with more Tom thoughts on 207. Tom, I definitely agree his main frustration with Cam is that she's not treating him as an equal and that he seems to be something of a side concern for her. He's clearly not happy at the end of this episode when he sees her disregard his opinion and his needs. It would certainly be even worse if he knew she changed her mind after talking to Joe. The frustration has been building in Tom. Here's a comment from 207 that seems to be rearing its head again in 310, right? I don't even want to say anything about this. I just want you to sit with that and think about the fact that you could pull that same comment to this episode and it feels relevant. On 206, Frack and Toaster Lover says, I don't think the Tom and Joe talk changed anything about the way it played out. The Tom and Joe talk at the sink over coffee in season 2. So she doesn't think that Tom and Joe talk changed anything about the way it played out on Joe's part either. But Tom's assessment of Joe was actually incorrect. True, Joe does not have the level of technical knowledge someone like Cam or Tom or the rest of Mutiny minus Boz have. But as demonstrated later in the episodes, he obviously has a lot more than they thought, especially since Joe is someone who's always trying to learn, who is always developing. And also, Joe is exceptionally smart and can figure things out. Underestimating him backfired big time. But a big part of the reason why they underestimated him was because they wanted to. Tom, in particular, felt jealous and threatened by Joe since he first learned about him. So he reveled in the fact that he had more technical knowledge than Joe, the one area where he could feel superior to Joe. And I'm sure this led him to exaggerate how little technical knowledge Joe actually had. And Cameron also likes to disparage Joe's technical knowledge for a similar reason, because that's the only way how she could feel she can beat Joe. and feel more powerful than him. She has also built him up in her mind as this terrifying figure out to destroy her, and is obsessed with beating him, as people are known to do with their ex-lovers that they're still not over. Okay, now this is a comment from 206, and I think it's an interesting one to look at in the context of this episode, because yes, in many ways, Tom and Cam have a lot more technical knowledge than Joe. Everybody in this room has a lot more technical knowledge than Joe, but Joe has been deeply researching this particular subject. He's attended a conference. He's been reading up on things. He actually does have a fair amount of technical knowledge about this. So coming in, assuming that you can outsmart Joe from a technical standpoint on this specific subject matter is dangerous. Tom, to try to get the better of him from a technical standpoint, has to sort of go off on tangential information. And Joe keeps having to be like, yeah, but we're talking about this, Tom, am I right? And so it's an area where in the past, Tom was able to potentially get the better of Joe, and Cam was motivated to do that with Tom. Tom was on the same side as Cam, who also wanted to get the better of Joe, but Cam no longer seems to have that objective, which is probably a little alarming for Tom, because that changes the dynamic that he was used to from season 2. But here we are. Another thought about the Cam and Joe dynamic from Frack and Toaster Lover, looking at 201. You hit the nail on the head with the Joe as an alien comment. I made a comment about that, I guess. He is still learning how to connect with people in a healthy and equal manner. Remember what else Joe has often been compared to? In season 1, Cameron repeatedly compared to him to a robot. And here we learn that there is an android sorcerer as a probable antagonistic character in her game Parallax. You were also spot on with your reading of the game and how it reflects Cam's feelings about her relationship with Joe and her time in Cardiff. Remember, the android sorcerer is brilliant and cunning. Later in 203, we learn more about Parallax. There are apparently 4 wizards in that game, and the climax happens when the player is in the cave with the 4th wizard. Is that the android sorcerer, perhaps? And must crack an egg into his chest to make him human again. So there was a time when Joe was the big bad, when Joe was this android sorcerer that you have to beat in Parallax. And it really feels like things have shifted by this point in this series. I think Cam is very much inclined to listen to the speeches that Joe is making here. There's that one speech Joe gives where he really hooks in everybody in the room except for Tom. And Cam's included in that. So I think after everything, I think Cam has given Joe, she's willing to give him a bit more grace. And then one more point about 307. One thing I wish you'd talk about more is why Boz voted for Donna's suggestion, because that's what I struggle the most to understand in this episode. It's clear why he was upset with her, but why do you think he should vote against Cam? Why do you think he thought he should vote against Cam in that situation? So IPO vote, really good question, and I have not unpacked this. And you see the lingering effects of this in both the conversation that he had with Donna in the last episode and the one that he has with Cam in this one. So we get this IPO vote. You figure Doug and Craig are probably going to vote against whatever Cam wants here, right? They're going to go forward. They want to go forward with the IPO. I don't know if anybody actually asked them that, but okay, that's the assumption. You know, Cam wants to wait on the IPO. She wants to make some changes to Mutiny first. Donna wants to go forward immediately on the IPO. And then we've got Diane and Boz, and then we've got Gordon. Gordon doesn't want to vote with Donna, but will have to. We get that. Diane, you know, with Diane, Diane's a tricky one because I think Diane seems to have a closer connection to Donna than she does with Cam from a personal standpoint. Maybe she also has more business alignment with Donna, even at that point, in terms of how she looks at the business and the conversations they've had about it. Maybe it's I want to make early returns on this. Maybe it's just a numbers game for her and she figures she can make some money now. So why not do it and maybe reinvest in something else later? So maybe all those factors are at play, but Boz he was hurt that Cam in Texas weeks ago, like a month ago, did not see him as a dad. He sees her as a daughter. They have a conflict. They part ways. They work together in the same office and yet have not really hashed it out in a solid month. She doesn't tell Boz that she got married. He's hurt about that on an emotional level. Right before this vote, she has a conversation with him. She says, I know there's all this stuff between us, but I need your help. I need your advice. How do I approach this thing with Donna? She's thinking about, getting everybody to vote for going forward with the IPO, regardless of what I think about it. And Buzz, he says, make a case to her. Make it make sense to your investor, like the stakeholders in this company, make it make sense to them. He gives her that advice, and then they have a very heartfelt reconciliation about the fact that he feels hurt that she didn't tell him that he was married. So you go into that meeting thinking maybe they've cleared the air a little bit. She goes in, she follows his instructions. She starts out that IPO meeting doing what he said to do. She lays out her case. She makes good arguments. She speaks to the stakeholders like they are stakeholders. And then there is a turn in the conversation and the personal stuff starts to make its way in. And it gets to a place where Donna and Cam have their backs up so much that Cam says, Boz and Diane said, this is getting too personal. We need to hold off on this. Let's take a breather. Boz even opens the door to make that happen. Cam shuts it and says, we are doing this right now. She forces everybody to vote right in that moment. And she throws down the first ultimatum and says, you can either have the IPO right now, or you can have me. So we get to Boz's vote. And why does he vote with Donna? One reason, and I'm not sure that this is what I think the reason is that Boz is in a relationship with Diane now. And maybe that puts some amount of pressure on Boz to vote with Diane, which is going to be voting with Donna. Honestly, though, I feel that Diane is confident enough in herself. I think she is able to separate the business and the personal enough that if she and Boz voted separately, I don't think that would affect their relationship. So while it could be a reason, I think the two of them are confident enough in their own skin and with each other that isn't the reason. Like, is it a factor? Sure, could be, but I don't think it's the reason. I think one thing that I think about a lot is that Boz is older. He's older than Donna. He's older than Kim. He's older than Gordon. He's probably been considering what retirement might look like or setting himself up for that. I think the idea of having a payday now is probably appealing to him in some way. He has a grandson. He has his son. Maybe he wants to be able to support his family. This is something that's come up in conversation with Diane. So maybe this idea, even if there's potentially more money later by waiting on the IPO, maybe he wants to start setting himself up right now. A bird in the hand might be worth more than two in the bush. That is more what I'm inclined to look at here. as a main reason for Boz to vote with Donna on this IPO. Now, I guess a third path that you could go down, and one that I think gets a little bit messier, is Boz thinking about Cam as a leader. Here's Cam pushing the company, issuing an ultimatum. Donna will do the same thing. She'll say, well, if you vote the other way, then you lose me. But that was reactive. So I think Cam pushes them to vote. She's the one who says it's my way or the highway. I think, like, is this a tough love sort of a scenario? Is he thinking he's a stakeholder in this company. So if he's thinking about, if I can have one or the other, who is the leader that, again, if his financial future is tied to this company, who is the leader who is going to be the better caretaker of that? And you look at somebody like Cam, and while she's presenting some very good ideas, she is also forcing the company into some pretty big moments here. Does he think that she would be the better steward of this company, or does he think that Donna is going to be the better steward of this company that's going to help them all return on their investment? Again, it kind of comes back to that for me. I think that he's looking at all of this and thinking that Donna is the safer bet for him, and that he needs a safer bet financially at this point. He needs a safer bet in terms of who's going to shepherd this company. And, if he's thinking about this in terms of Cam herself, is running this company even good for Cam? Like, she's growing as a leader in season 3 and season 2. But like, is it really, is the best use of Cam, is the best thing for her in her life to run Mutiny? Is that her best contribution to the world? I wonder if Boz thinks that. So I don't know. I'm positing a few different ideas out there. But I think where I lean the most as I talk my way into this is Boz's financial security is maybe more important to him as he's older than the other characters, and cannot afford epic failures. So if there's money on the table right now, maybe take the money on the table right now, use that to set his family up. That's where I'm landing with it. But what I think is so interesting is seeing the scene with Cam and Boz in this episode, because we know that he felt some resentment towards Donna in the last episode for the fact that he had to make the choice against Cam. And there's not warmth with Cam right now. I don't feel they've spoken since that vote. And so, as she probably doesn't get it. I think if the reasoning for Boz to vote the way he did is what I just said it is, I think if he wanted to reconnect with Cam, there is a way into that conversation, similar to what Gordon did, where he's like, look, I want to vote with you, but here's why I can't. Boz could say, I want to vote with you. I believe in you, and I need money for my family right now. And that would be a valid argument for him to bring to the table after a certain cooling off period. But they've had that cooling off period, and he seems to be just as icy with her, like, if not more icy with her. I think he resents that he made her make that choice, made him make that choice. Okay. Long-winded way of getting to that answer. Hope you're still with me. Let's hear from Cam Howe's GF on 307. We know that Cam Howe's GF loves these back half of season 3 episodes, so we just need to celebrate them. 307. Brilliant episode. What a roller coaster of emotions. I loved the choice of having Donna and Cam being in separate rooms on that scene at the beginning. The symbolism is excellent. They've been distant for a couple of episodes now, and now the distance is even more noticeable. It kind of sets up the future of their relationship. So that's the scene where they're on the phone with each other in the same office, and we're looking through all these layers of glass door and window. And then I brought that up because I think about the fact that we get that one moment where Cam says, Donna, I can't work with you. And we go to that side shot and we get just a solid, concrete support beam that's splitting them apart. the number of things that get between these two. Also from this episode, I just love Gordon throughout this whole episode. The character growth is showing. Gordon siding with Cam was so wholesome. The way they bonded on the previous episode kind of sealed his decision. However, it's also questionable if you look at it from Donna's POV. I think this is really interesting here because now we've got this situation at the end of this episode. Cam says, Donna, I can't work with you. And then Donna tucks her tail between her legs and runs away. And Cam goes down to the basement. Gordon says, where's Donna? She's like, she left. Gordon stays. So he's kind of getting a chance to redo his choice. For better, for worse. He's making the opposite choice from what he made in the IPO vote. In that situation, he wanted to vote with Cam, but he voted with Donna because Donna was his wife. In this situation, I think he wants to reconnect with Donna, but he also wants to reconnect with Cam, and he goes with Cam. Maybe this is a way that he can sort of make it up to Cam in that way. He makes a decision. Does this mean he'll be able to pursue anything with Donna at this point? Maybe he will. Maybe they'll make it work. But boy, is that going to be a challenge. There's a lot to contend with there. Okay. For 308, Kim Howe's GF says, Donna crying because Mutiny opened badly. Not only was she wrong about moving forward with the IPO, but she also sacrificed her friendship and partnership with Cameron for nothing. How quickly, some time elapsed between that IPO vote and when that IPO opening actually happens, because there's like a road show and the prep that needs to happen. But in the context of that episode, how quickly we got from Donna making the decision to be stubborn and stick with her convictions to her regretting it. It's all these years later, and I think like she spent probably 4 years feeling what she felt on that bed when the IPO opened so badly. Like when Mutiny had the worst day ever on the New York Stock Exchange, right then she knew she made a mistake, and it's been 4 years of trying to figure out how to reconnect. And here's the result, Okay, from 306, that one Cam and Joe scene is also one of my favorite scenes from the episode and the whole show. To be honest, this is probably that Cam and Joe apartment scene in his apartment. The tension between them is just so palpable. The actors have a lot of chemistry together. There's a quiet, intimate tone in the way Joe talks to Cam throughout the scene. I've watched it many times and I'm always left breathless. I think there's a lot to unpack regarding this moment between Cam and Joe. I think it's sweet that Cam went to Joe's to tell him to give credit to Gordon, but going to his apartment at 1:30 in the morning was a choice. It kind of reminded me of the encounters they had in season 1. I wonder why Cam was almost tearing up when Joe tells her, you were happy for a moment and you thought the person standing closest to you was the source. Trust me, I've been there. Was she thinking about her previous relationship? Was she thinking about the realness of a relationship with Tom? Considering the last scene from Yerba Buena, Cam crying while looking at the ring, and the scene where she's almost crying while telling Gordon that she got married, I think Cam is not sure about her relationship with Tom. Maybe Joe's words, despite being said in a petty way, are true. And the fact that Cam needs external comfort, I think Cam got married to Tom because she needed something to keep her more stable. It all happened so fast and during a time where she was kind of disconnected from the Mutiny team. Yeah. And things have really flipped now, haven't they? I mean, look, if she was debating that relationship with Tom all the way back then, well, it's been 4 years and, they've been in Japan. They've been having to build something new for themselves there. And now Cam's watching as things like reconnection is starting to become more possible with some of the people that she left behind. So, I think if she wasn't sure about things with Tom, then, but then on the other hand, you think about like 4 years, 4 years with Tom, her relationship with Joe was nowhere near that long. Like there's a lot of history there with Tom now. But was it good? Was it fulfilling for her? And, are they going in the same direction now? I think that's, all stuff that's worthy of considering. But yeah, this idea of, you thought the person standing closest to you was the source of your happiness. Maybe that's a thing that Cam needs to look at. It was for Joe. I think that was a comment he was making about himself as well. But what is going to make Cam happy here? What does actual happiness look like? Because I think when I see how she is with the people in her world right now, what is a happy life looking like for Cam right now? Is that I don't know if I see her as happy. And I don't know if I see there's just so much drama and conflict in her world. There's so many caveats with everything. What does happiness look like for her? Okay. Some thoughts from Amelia Flowers. First, let's go to 308. Joe and Cam scene. These two are just electric on screen. So this is when Joe goes to Cam's house to ask her about Ryan. I can't blame Cam for being nervous and going to her default snark. That Joe McMillan is in her living room and she can't escape him, but congratulations to her for realizing that Joe is a human being and he's hurting too. This scene, and at many other times in the show, gives me a sense of family between our main characters. Sometimes you just have to put aside those sibling squabbles and pull together for the greater good. When they're inspecting the wasp's nest, they both sneak glances at each other, and it must feel like such a long time ago that they did that without being on opposite sides. Perhaps seeing the other person again without the anger as a barrier. I think there's a glimmer of the original attraction that they both realize and then they don't know what to do with that. It's scary and they back away from it. And that was before she ever moved to Tokyo. So what do you do with that? Yeah, so I think it is a really interesting scene. And I think it's a scene like that. And it's the stuff that Gordon saw of Joe right after Ryan died that make the comments Tom made about Ryan so hard to stomach in this episode. That is below the belt for the audience too. And so it's inclined to make us not side with Tom in this conversation because we've seen people hurting over this. We've seen everybody but Tom hurting over this. And surely Cam has been hurting from that too. So yeah. But yeah, that really was a powerful scene. And it just goes to show that attraction between Joe and Cam is just kind of always there. Both just maybe physical, but also in terms of just like life just sort of pulls them together all the time. And sometimes it's because one of them makes it happen. On Joe reacting to Ryan's death, this was so beautifully written. I'm just let this sink in. Joe goes to open the door. I assume he saw the folded sheets and believes Ryan has gone on the run again. He shivers and you can see his breath, so the apartment is cold. That must have registered on some level with him, but who was visiting him was his priority. As he's asked if Ryan Ray was in his apartment last night, automatically Joe goes into protection mode, covering for Ryan. Then the signs, the concern on the men's faces. Maybe the use of past tense was Ryan in his apartment, the cold and the background sirens. He turns, he sees the billowing curtains and the sirens are louder. You can see the realization hit and we close in as the emotions come up. I have no idea how that's achieved to at will with a camera right in your face. A lot of practicing in a mirror for sure, but it's amazing. The scene and the previous boardroom scene with Cam in the last episode were the gut punches of this season for me. It's beautifully said. I just wanted us to sit with that. And I also just wanted to mention that we get a lot of really extreme close-ups on Joe's face in this episode too. It can't be easy to have these things to deliver with this just like camera right here. Gosh. Okay, 305. This is in response to some Frack and Toaster Lover comments, and I love that Amelia has abbreviated Frack and Toaster Lover to FTL. So good. FTL feedback was so good. Seeing Cam through our modern eyes with more accepting of mental and emotional trauma. Seeing Cam's faltering reconnection with Tom. He's been in her head for a while. The new Tom version of Craig is wrong and only serves to highlight what she's lost, but she's uncertain and doesn't know if he feels the same. I feel her reaction at Boz also has elements of her frustration at the meeting with Tom now going the way she wanted, as well as the ones FTL highlighted. I felt that Cam had reached a level of self-awareness and comfort in opening up to Donna about what she needs to be. And that was her way of apologizing to Donna. And this is progress, as Cam is not a character to make apologies. It's hard for us to watch that scene, and we know Donna's betrayal. The handshake in Cam's way of apologizing. Donna's hug definitely felt like overcompensating, part for the lie and part, I think, for the strangeness of the end of the weekend with Gordon. The end scene when Cam realizes Donna's treachery on the bed was so raw. It made me wonder if that's how young Cam dealt with whatever happened with her mother. Good question. I believe we do get some more information about Cam's mom coming up in the future. So it's always hard to comment about Cam's mom because I feel like I don't remember the information we get well enough. But yeah, absolutely. Like I think just like a lot of things that Cam does do feel like us watching trauma responses and like PTSD responses. And so I think it's helpful that they give us things like panic attacks with her from even season 1, so we can start really seeing what anxiety looks like for Cam and that she deals with it. And that so many of the things that she's doing are probably her protecting herself from that. So that's certainly a thing. I think the context of Tom and Craig, is an interesting thing as well. But all fun thoughts, and I wanted to bring that in, this little conversation now that's starting between Amelia and Frack and Toaster Lover / FTL. It's pretty cool. Okay. A comment about 409 to end things with Amelia Flowers, or at least Amelia Flowers' feedback for this episode. Cam says the future's bright. In my head, you gotta wear shades. Pretty sure, as has been said in the comments about this song, but I'm just reminded about it and I can't think of the exact line right now. And for the next episode in the meeting where Cam says something like, I'm so tired about all this talk of the future, all there is now. I love that there was some comments on this idea of the future so bright when Joe puts on the compact red sunglasses in the last episode in 309. I should have said 309, not 409. She says the future's so bright. And we landed on that this is a reference to the Tim Buck 3 song, The Future's So Bright. If you haven't heard that song, go check it out. It's so deliciously weird, like so many things from the 80s are. Okay. And now it's time. Evan the Stray. It's Evan's comments. Let's start with the comments from 309. First, I asked a question and Evan answered. The montage that Joe was watching late at night. It had the American flag, the national anthem, all that. Evan says the montage was the broadcasting station's sign off for the day. Used to be 1 a.m.-ish for our market when I was a kid, after which the station goes dark until early morning. I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 a.m.-ish. Question answered. Thank you, Evan. Love it. Evan also says, you have a fantastic idea about the literal falling of Joe and Ryan after reading Amelia's comments. That idea you have of Ryan's fall resonated incredibly deeply with Joe is so good. Great thoughts. So that got me into an ultra speculative what if mode. Quick reminder. So Ryan kills himself by jumping off of Joe's roof. Joe had an accident where he got all those scars by falling off of his roof when he was up there with his mom. So that roofs are rough for Joe. Okay, so coming back to Evan's comment. That got me into ultra speculative what if mode, maybe too much. But here's the what if based on your thought. What if 11 or 12-year-old Joe didn't actually slip and fall off his parents' roof while stargazing with his mom? We've heard him give multiple stories for the scars already. We know, well, Joe told Cam by Lev's hospital room, he was being seriously bullied at school for his sexuality, carried all those books around with him so he didn't have to go back to his locker. His home life was hard and abusive. He was probably neglected. He had an addict mother, a workaholic father. What if preteen Joe actually attempted suicide by jumping off of the roof? It seems like a plausible method a kid might try, but we never hear him tell that version because he's too ashamed of it, because he feels it comes off as pathetic and weak. This is interesting. So this is a fan fiction, but the way this works in my head, if this is the scenario, is that we just have to believe Joe's an unreliable narrator in season 1. That's all. And he often is an unreliable narrator. He often lies to other characters. And so this whole idea around, like, you know, him saying he went up to the roof with his mom and then he fell off and blah, blah, blah. And then his dad ran with that whole story and he booted his mom out the door. And, you know, it could be that all of this, you know, again, fan fiction, it could be that this was actually a Joe suicide attempt, which would connect him even more with Ryan. I mean, if we take at face value that where he lands on as the truth is actually the truth, then that did not happen. But if he's an unreliable narrator, even to us in season 1, this would be another way that you could interpret this. Okay, now getting to the comments for 310 from Evan the Stray. We're descending from a mirror ball at former Mutiny HQ. It's a globe of sorts with myriad facets, the World Wide Web, a reflection of each of us who use it, an amalgamation of wants and ways to acquire necessities, its utilities to learn, grow, and challenge anew. It's you against you, steel sharpens steel. It's a reflecting pool for each user's vanity, affirming, echoing beliefs and biases. It's us against us, friction for fire. The mirror ball, its facets are seemingly infinite aspects, interests, perspectives, and millennia of knowledge. Let's dance. This is an interesting thing because again, one of the first things I said right at the top was, what is that thing on the ceiling? Why would they have, it looks like a disco ball or something like that, but why would they have that still in this office? Maybe it is because it does kind of look like that. But I don't know. I ended up going with, like, it's one of those light fixtures because that they were all there. There were other ones on the ceiling, but yeah, I mean, this is a fun interpretation of it. And, I still don't really know what we were looking at there. Beams of light shine from above. Goodwill from heaven will pave the way. The basic concrete and brick of the hollowed out MNet office, feeling not entirely unlike a cave or tunnel to an intellectual discovery and expanse. And then some more poetic thoughts here. Crimson water spurts forth from pipes, like the contemptuous blood of a curmudgeonly beast. Yipes! Not false, I'll tell you that. Joe practically confirms that Gordon initiated the divorce based on his apology to Donna. It does seem that way, right? I mean, she's just so uncomfortable to address it with Joe. But then again, what's Donna going to say to Joe? Because how close are Joe and Gordon still? She doesn't get until later this episode information that Gordon and Joe are pretty disconnected. Last time Gordon saw Joe was April of '89, and it was due to Joe's deteriorating condition or depression that they are distant. Yeah, it helps to get that timeline. We're just putting the pieces of the puzzle together of what happened in those last 4 years. I really enjoy how expressive Cameron's face is in this show, like how her eyes are large with anxiety from seeing Joe there in conjunction with Tom being with her. And later when she's speaking with Donna in Boz's old office, following the Domino's pizza around the corner from her apartment comment. Yeah, this is definitely an episode where Cameron's eyes do a lot of the talking, like, please stop. Don't say this. No, don't say this. No, like she's just constantly hoping people won't continue their thoughts. Not realizing how much control she might have in the room if she just, like, spoke. Anyway, the whiteboard, the dueling drawings, and Gordon's minimalist approach. This is amusing and fun. Yeah, I love that Gordon just like, it's like the button on the scene almost, where he's just like does a little like rectangle in the corner and that's it. Like, this is what we're talking about. NeXT was founded by Steve Jobs. NeXT computers were Unix based, like the AT&T boxes that Joe wanted Mutiny to code for mid-season 2. Apple bought NeXT computers in 1996. The next step OS would become the basis for Apple's Mac operating system X, or Mac OS X, after Apple's beleaguered efforts to upgrade the Macintosh OS failed. Okay, good to know. Fun fact for everybody. Another one that I should have looked up and didn't. Esperanto is a language that was created in 1887 by L.L. Zamenhof of Poland to encourage internationalism, collaboration, and tolerance. Its name was taken from Dr. Zamenhof's pseudonym, Doctoro Esperanto, meaning doctor, one who hopes. It's estimated that greater than 100,000 people speak it worldwide. Source, Britannica Online. I mean, it's a lot of people when we think about a language, but that's okay. Esperanto tried, didn't it? Donna functioning as a peacemaker and unifier despite giving a look to Cameron like, why did you bring Tom? I know. Like literally Donna does all of this just to get back to Cam. It's like, I don't really need anybody else in this room except Cam, except Donna. There's a lot of people who had to be part of this project. Aw, Cameron seeing Boz's bull or steer horns gives her pause, and I infer causes or helps or solidifies her decision to visit him. Yeah, I don't know if that was part of the plan from I assume that was part of the plan from the beginning, but I think the fact that you see his decor just roots us in the fact that he's still like the essence of Boz is still in that office with them. My thought to Donna, just because you planned the meeting around Tom's and Cameron's travel doesn't mean Cameron necessarily owes you anything. It's true. It doesn't mean that Cameron owes you anything, but Cam feels like she's being very, like, kind of, I don't know, highfalutin is the word that just came to mind, but like, it's like, oh, Donna, don't think that I'm here for you. You're not that important to me. This idea isn't even that important to me. We have so many things that are important on this. Like it just felt very, she was really trying to make Donna as small as she could in that room is what it felt like to me. And this is coming off of sort of being disengaged from the meeting. So no, she doesn't owe Donna anything, but she also, if she's not interested, could have just said, Donna, I am not interested, and not shown up, which might have been more of an honest approach, unless she wanted Donna to do all this work assembling people, and then she wanted to pull the rug out from under Donna. I don't know. Thoughts? Discuss? Okay. Let's see. Cameron clocks that Tom is going to pay Joe. Cameron clocks that Tom is going to pay Joe a visit, and Joe is not down for chatting with Tom. There's a hell of a line from Joe quoted later from this scene. Cameron, no good can come of Tom just going to have a chat with Joe. No good can come of that. The camera zoom on Joe's face is possibly to make him feel authoritative and imposing to the viewer, helping them relate to Tom. Maybe it's even to make him feel a little off balance to the viewer from his discomfort of Tom being at the table. I'm so pleased to see you write the words helping the viewer relate to Tom, because I'm not sure if that's what happens here. And I'm bracing myself for people to say, Tom's an asshole and everybody knows it. I'm prepared for that feedback. But I'm very pleased, Evan, that for at least a moment you felt like maybe the viewer can relate to Tom just by doing that. Who's to say? I mean, I think you can relate with everybody in some way. I think everybody in some ways has the high ground and also makes mistakes here. I'm really coming down hard on Cam because my God, what a mess. So much of it of her own making. Okay, so Cameron already knows what CERN is and that it's an acronym, though Smarty Pants Tom doesn't. Otherwise, why would she assume the S sound comes from a C versus an S, since she says, sorry, I'm not hearing the C word in it, in Joe's definition for it and Cam's invert acronym? I'm assuming they've all seen the facts that Donna sent. I imagine that had citations in it or said CERN on it somewhere. So I'm guessing that there would be some recognition for that. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Tom and Joe's back and forth is reminiscent of their coffee talk in front of the kitchen sink at the Mutiny House in season 2, though certainly more intense. It feels like Tom is playing the tech version of the grammar cop to Joe. Yeah, it's so intense. I mean, it was intense back in season 2 as well, but I think the stakes were different. Tom did not want to lose Cam in that situation, but now he's actually married to her. And so, like, losing Cam now would be, the consequences are so drastically different. And Joe's only way to Cam is through Tom, or like stepping over Tom. So I think that in season 2, it was just like, who's this guy? Like, it's like, this guy isn't even a factor for me. There's no getting around it. Tom is a factor for Joe. He just wants to ignore him. Cameron is surprised with Tom's problem with open source, probably since he didn't want to protect their extract and defend game code in season 2, because he, in part, learned to code from pulling other people's code apart. Yeah, she's surprised. I mean, we've been down this road, but like, I'm more surprised with Cam than I am with Tom here. Joe's this future can be different definitely feels like a double meaning here. I feel like I see Cam looking at him with an expression of the audacity of him. Then he even chases her and Tom out to the parking lot and says, we've got to see if there's something here. It sounds like Joe is still talking about two things, the project and their relationship. Full agreement. Totally agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of double meanings, I think, throughout all the tech talk in this episode. Boz asks the dreaded taboo, are you going to have kids question. Cam deflects it pretty well with vending machines. She deflects it, but she does give us information first about this. I mean, to me, this is probably a core. If you didn't have this issue with Joe happening, I think this would still be a very big issue for them. And it's probably a reason why the stuff is happening with Joe. Yeah. At Gordon's house, I believe that Donna thinks Gordon is trying to ask her out, but in a nervous, playful manner until he doesn't and pitches another guy to her. I interpreted this differently. I don't think, well, okay. Yeah, no, I'm revising my thoughts here. I think she initiates this conversation. She's the one who makes this pivot. And I do think she's thinking he's about to say, yeah, like if we went out on a date. But the way this scene plays, it looks like Donna was the only one who had it in mind for her and Gordon to get back together. Yep, I'm agreeing with you. I got there, Evan. I got there in the end. Good grief. Tom is feeling like a Brian Braswell 2.0 in demeanor. He miscalculates Cam's interest in the project and or her allegiance to him by telling her to leave with him, and she silently protests. Then he escalates the uncomfortable situation further by provoking Joe with Ryan's fate. Joe answers with a zinger, and they wrestle to the ground, resulting in Joe falling again from a height and landing on a server, which possibly saved his life. I wonder if this fall is meant to be symbolic of Joe finally breaking through to be a more forthcoming, honest, and trustworthy person. Yeah, for sure. First of all, Tom, yes, definitely comes off as a pessimist and a naysayer. And Donna and Gordon are both like making fun of him for that. I get why he's pushing back on things so hard. He's pushing back against Joe. But he's for viewers, he becomes a Brian Braswell for sure. Which was the neighbor, by the way, in season 1, Gordon and Donna's neighbor. I think for Joe, he say what you will about the fact that he wants to be back with Cam, and to do that, he has to break up a marriage to do it, which I think is a problem for me. Like, I think there's a definite connection between Joe and Cam, but him working so damn hard to toss Tom to the side is an issue for me here. But I'm also seeing a Joe that, if we look at Joe from season 1, this was a guy who just couldn't be honest to save his life. He, you know, and now he's having honest moments with pretty much everyone except Tom. And if anything, Tom knows where Joe stands. Like, Joe is really putting himself out there in ways that are true to where Joe's at right now. And there's development there at the very least. Donna's ease of casting Joe aside, should Cameron wish it, and Cam's apparent revulsion to it serves as confirmation to me that Cam got rid of Craig because he was so easily able to dispose of Doug. I think that's a good parallel. I do. I also think, like, Donna didn't really ever want Joe on this project. So if there's a reason to get Joe off of this project, great. But I see how that looks. Donna's loyalty is not to Joe here. And that suggests to Cam that Donna has no loyalty. Gordon's song lyrics are revealing. Go West, king of wishful thinking. I'll get over you. I know I will. I'll pretend my ship's not sinking, and I'll tell myself I'm over you because I'm the king of wishful thinking. Despite Donna complimenting Gordon on his mind and replaying a season 1 quote about software or hardware. Okay. I don't know though. I think they're both kind of into it. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think they're both kind of into it. Now that we've seen where this episode ends, I don't know how they like move forward with it, but who knows what's to come in season 4. Tom apologizes to Cameron for not trusting her. That theme resonates with Cameron. She lied to him and realizes that he can't trust her now, like she can't trust Donna. Ooh, good parallel. At this point in the vehicle, Tom does kind of feel a little like Cameron a season or 2 ago to me. Hey. Cameron enters the old mutiny office and quickly votes Donna out. Well, feeling very proud that somebody's agreeing with those takes. I didn't even make them. Shoot, that was a great way to extend an argument I've been trying to make for a long time. Thank you for bringing that in. Yeah, really good points. Donna is feeling sorry for herself and crying in her car. She's embarrassed of how it looks in her mirror, and she stops immediately. It reminds me of an old TV or news editorial magazine video from many years ago that a toddler can immediately suspend their tantrums when an adult mocks the tantrum simultaneously. Maybe it was on 60 Minutes or 2020. So I interpret that scene a little bit differently. I don't think that it's Donna feeling embarrassed about her tantrum. I think it's Donna finding a level of herself that she's like, I'm shutting this down. I am not going to feel, I am going to act. She is going into action mode. She is going into, I'm robot Donna. I'm steel on the inside. It doesn't matter how I feel. I'm going to get on a plane. I'm going to go to Switzerland. I think we're seeing Donna cover up her pain, put her pain away, shove it somewhere else, and say, I'm going to take care of business. She's gonna feel the feelings, and then she's gonna wipe her eyes, and she's gonna get it done. Yeah. So Gordon looks sad about not getting to work with Donna. I think he felt her warmth again, and it stirred him. Her absence without an explanation would almost certainly extinguish any spark that occurred. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to see, but this was something that was brewing between them, that Cam just like did what she could do to get Donna out of this situation. And I mean, who's better off for Cam being here right now? Crotonic solids. Okay, quotes. No. You would never get a meeting with someone as important as Tom, from Gordon. LOL. Here's one from Joe. It was difficult for a long time, but I'm doing so much better since I've reconnected with your wife. Flying a little too close to the sun there, Joe. Tom turns the other cheek. One from Cam. I'm so sick of hearing about the future. What is that? The future is just another crappy version of the present. It's some bribe people offer you to make you do what they want instead of what you want. What a view on life. Cam, another quote from Cam. So easy to make Joe the bad guy. I mean, making him the villain takes the blame away, but in everything that's happened with him, every single time, I deserve some of the blame too. And it's the same with you, you know? Things fell apart and you did what you did, but a lot of it was my fault. And then one more from Cam. I can't work with you. It will never be like it was. It can't be. And that, my friends, is the finale of this season, going for a record runtime on this podcast. Probably records in terms of, we're breaking records in terms of number of comments I'm bringing in. There are just so many good comments that relate to so many of there's a lot of layers happening. This show is getting more complex in how we look at how we bring in information from previous seasons into what's happening now. So thank you all for joining me on this ride, and for those who've been catching up to where I am right now in the recording schedule. Well, that's a heroic effort you've made as the podcasts have gotten longer and longer. But you know, we're finished with season 3. We're heading into season 4, and all kinds of questions are open for us to explore in the next season. Cannot wait to get into it. So everybody, go out there and watch *Halt and Catch Fire*. Bye, everyone.